about the Chinese, so I'm not going to do that, but I'll say there's a general rule of strategy that when your enemy is making a mistake, get out of the way.
Exactly.
And I think the Chinese see that quite clearly.
Well, I just don't see negotiation going on, whether it's with Vietnam or Poland. I just don't get.
I don't know, but yeah, I guess one of the questions that if you talk to administration, what we're experiencing now is short-term pain for longer-term gain of reordering global economics, where more manufacturing comes back to the U.S. Is that how do you kind of view that outlook?
So I find this astonishing that they have made a diagnosis that's not crazy, right? Like the U.S. probably should have a lot more manufacturing, both for economic and for national security reasons. That's something you'd find a consensus on across the political spectrum, except every policy they've adopted is going to take us further away from that goal and closer. Taxing intermediate imports. Much of the stuff that the United States imports is things that are used as components in manufacturing. This is going to cripple American manufacturing. It's not going to help.
So how do you think this plays out here? I mean, it's at some point, the economic pushback, whether it's inflation, whether it's slower economic growth, that's going to become an issue for people. How do you think that's going to play out?
It is. Thorsten Slock from Apollo yesterday just sent out an email saying he's predicting a 4% drop in U.S. GDP this year.
Wow.
With non-linearities that could make it much worse, right? Because that doesn't account for, say, supply chain collapses that are worse than anything we saw in COVID, which we're already starting to see the first signs of. That's about the same size decrease in GDP as the 2008 financial crisis, with more potential on the downside than the upside. This administration is not insensitive to political pressures. We just saw that back off with the tariffs when the bond market clearly frightened even Donald Trump into saying we need to back off. But this is not primarily, from what I can tell, a set of economic policies. This is a cultural reorientation of the country, a cultural revolution, Paul Krugman said this morning, which a lot of people are starting to make the comparison. I'm not sure economics are going to be a driver in the short term.
We got on Kundu with us here, Yale University, with wonderful books on the presidency. This is off your remit, but I got to ask. Hannah Zhang writing it up in Secondaries Investors, which is a wicked internal investment website, if you will, for like private credit, private equity. Your Yale is rumored from 4 sources to sell up to $6 billion of private equity portfolio. Harvard's been turned upside down. 14 of this was maybe Yale's dodged a bullet so far. And I don't want you to speak for Yale on the unleashing of private equity, but I do want you to speak about your study of the silence of leverage that's out there. We're all walking around, we're not leveraged like 87 or 98. Really? Are we?
So there's so much of the market that has become less and less transparent over time, right? Between private credit or different things. My greatest concern is we don't know.
We don't know.
Right? Yeah, the Fed is going to try to make policy in the dark to an extent that is not it's not new, but it's not easy. At the same time that the president is putting enormous pressure on it and threatening to fire the chairman of the Fed. That's not a great combination.
So where do you think we go over the next 6 to 12 months here? Is there a role for Congress to push back, or do we just kind of sit back and say, let's see how these policies play out? I mean,
of course there's a role for Congress. I'm not sure that I see them taking partly because of gerrymandering, partly because the Senate is such a favorable terrain for the Republicans in this midterm that a lot of the Republican senators are going to say, hey, I'm fine. My only challenge is from the right. That being said, if we really take a 2008 style downturn, or worse, as was in the offing a couple of weeks ago, Republicans are going to be worried they're going to see something that looks a lot like 1932, right? Where essentially Republican power was wiped out for a generation. And at that point, the party may respond. It's just my fear is it'll be too late.
There's a lot of portraits in the Oval Office right now. Which is the most important presidential portrait for President Trump? Is it Andrew Jackson or is it someone else I'm missing?
So it used to be Andrew Jackson. I don't think he put the portrait up, but he has somehow become obsessed with William McKinley, who he believes that McKinley's tariffs made the United States more prosperous than it's ever been. He says this over and over again. I genuinely think his maybe only secure policy belief is the value of tariffs. But just know that the McKinley's tariffs, any economist will tell you, were not a success. They were a disaster.
And he reneged on them. Reneged may be too harsh, folks, but President McKinley reversed, I believe.
McKinley however, was a much more traditional Republican. He was an establishment Republican. He was backed by the Republican establishment Mark Hanna, the Karl Rove of his generation, was the sort of the power factor.
Listen to you.
He was the power factor behind
Blaine and Maine and all that.
Trump is not like
Yeah, I got 1 minute left here. But one day I woke up, folks, in my youth, and I realized I had no clue about late 19th century America. It was unspoken. My grandparents would talk about it. I grew up in a really strange house. So I read the 2-volume Alan Nevins on Grover Cleveland Alexander. I always say that.
God for the gift that he was.
And before his passing, Pope Francis gave an Easter blessing to thousands of people in St. Peter's Square yesterday. The 88-year-old pontiff also met with Vice President J.D. Vance. It marks the Holy Father's biggest appearance since he was released from Rome's Gemelli Hospital last month. Pope Francis, the first Latin American pontiff and leader of more than 1 billion Roman Catholics, was admitted to the hospital back in February, initially for bronchitis, which then progressed to double pneumonia. He had part of his right lung removed when he was younger and had been hospitalized several times with other health issues, suffering a series of regressions and setbacks, which at one point required mechanical ventilation. The Pope spent 38 days at Gemelli, the longest hospitalization of his 12-year papacy. And looking ahead, the College of Cardinals, many of whom were picked by Francis himself, will elect a new Pope. Basically, this process gets underway in a couple of weeks. There is a mourning period. The Pope has to be buried. And then all of those cardinals will gather in Vatican City, getting there, having to travel from different parts of the world. And here in New York City, Mayor Adams has directed all flags to be lowered to half-staff today to pay tribute to the Pope. Again, Pope Francis has passed away at 88 years old. Stephanie, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Brianna, thank you for that report. As we continue to follow this breaking news at this hour, we're taking a live look at Vatican City right there. And we were hearing from Briella just...
Hello, this is Dr. Paul Cottrell, and we are live streaming on Rumble, YouTube, my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and simulcasting on X Spaces. If you have a question or would like to present a comment, please ask for the mic or just use the text. But this is an interactive show, so thank you for joining. We are we're recording and doing the live stream on April 21st. And again, we're live streaming on Rumble, YouTube, and simulcasting on X Spaces. You can also watch both versions of the live stream on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. For everyone that has joined, either through video or through audio, thank you, greatly appreciate it. Please help support my work by making sure you subscribe to all my channels. I have 4 channels on YouTube, Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. All the links are in the description of the videos. Please click the link, subscribe, make sure that you also click the notifications. You can also support my work by donating. You can donate on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, through Stripe, PayPal, or Buy Me a Coffee. You can also be a paid member to my Patreon channel. It's through the donations and the ones that are paid members to Patreon that allow me to do these videos for free. I have thousands of videos for free. Obviously, for the people that have been watching me, I help you navigate through some tumultuous times, either through health issues or through financial crises or just my opinion about what's going on in international affairs. I have a unique perspective on all these subject matters, way beyond most people. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and help support my work and help support my health. I have a set of products that if you use them on a daily basis, you will start seeing improvements in your health. I'll tell you how to stack them affordably, and these are things that I do to slow down the aging process and to boost up my immune system. Don't worry about what we went through in 2020 as long as you follow my lead. You don't follow my lead, tough shit. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. A great product to help support my work and to help support your health is the Structural Nano Silver Soaps. All right, you can get it in lemongrass. You can also get it in charcoal tea tree. and you can get it in lavender and peppermint. Very high quality structural enamel silver soaps. Use them every day to help with your health and wellness. This is just one type of product that I have in the whole universe of the health and wellness category on my website, where if you stack them the way I tell you to stack them, you are going to improve your health. All right? So just follow my lead and everything will be okay. But if you don't be surprised that something happens. All right. A lot has happened. Pope Francis passed away last night. I was a little surprised that he lasted this long, but I think what happened was the doctors were pumping him up with the medication to just kind of keep him steady, and he wanted to go just after Easter. I think that's what happened. All right. When you're starting to see people near the end of their life, you can kind of give them a little bit of extra time through medication. All right. Not that much extra time, and it's not that great of a quality of life. But I think that's what was going on with him. All right. I was a little bit surprised that he didn't pass away earlier in March. All right. Normally, when you're older and you start getting pneumonia, which he had, they go pretty quickly. The way what happened with my father, he was in a nursing home for a few years. We put him in the nursing home in 2021, mid 2021, after he crashed and he had ischemic dementia. But he was relatively healthy with his bodily functions, except with his brain. So his brain was like totally gone. But his heart, kidneys, relatively good. A little bit of a kidney issue because of the crash that he had earlier in his disease when he was first hospitalized, but his heart was pretty strong. But what happened was that he ended up getting a little bit of a pneumonia in the nursing home when he was transferred into hospice care about 3 weeks before he died. And he contracted pneumonia, not that bad though, just I would say a mild case of pneumonia, but it pushed him over the edge and he started having respiratory issues, obviously because of the pneumonia, but also cardiac problems, even though he had a strong heart. So his blood pressure started to go down very low. So he had low perfusion. And you can reverse that temporarily with medication, vasopressors, all right? But because the perfusion was so low, there's damage to other organs. If you have low perfusion for a while, hours or days, you cause organ damage. I mean, you can't recover, and it's just a downward spiral. So my father's case was a little bit different than with the Pope's case. But the point here is that when you get older, you contract pneumonia. You can develop a pneumonia much more easily. You can contract pathogens that cause pneumonia, all right? In my father's case, what happened was because of the way he was eating, most likely he had some food particles that ended up getting into his lung, and he had lower left pneumonia. So if I'm not mistaken, I think the Pope had bilateral. I think it was bilateral. But so it's a little different. But the main point here is that when you get older, you start having a weaker immune system, and you can contract pathogens that lead to pneumonia much more easily, especially when you're in your 80s. Now, my father was 81, and I believe the Pope was 88. So, but obviously the Pope gets probably the best care on the planet. There's probably only 3 people that get the care that he gets. The Pope, the King of England, and the President of the United States. I don't think anyone else on the planet gets better care than those 3. So I think what happened is that they kind of pumped him up with enough meds to get him over the edge to Easter, and then he went. I don't believe this idea that he was all well without meds and that he just expired right after Easter, you know, because of some sort of holiness. I don't believe that for a second. You know, I think he was pumped up with a lot of meds to just get him over the finishing line, and then that was the decision. That's my take on it. I could be wrong, but I wouldn't be surprised if that happened. All right. So, all right. So let's continue on with what Dolan is saying here. Dolan is the cardinal in New York.
When do you go to the next step? Is the path. All right. No, so this is interesting because I was to leave for Rome tomorrow anyway, with about 200 pilgrims from the Archdiocese of New York at the invitation of Pope Francis. This is the Jubilee year, 2025. Pope Francis had invited people from all over the world to visit the city of Peter and Paul. So I said, let's go. Let's take the invitation of Pope Francis seriously. So we start our pilgrimage. Well, I'm leaving tomorrow on that pilgrimage, so kind of providential, kind of opportunity.
Is there any schedule yet for?
No. We got a text. See how modern we used to get telegrams. We got a text announcing to the College of Cardinals that the Holy Father had passed over. But we haven't gotten any other further information on the protocol. The protocol is pretty well set down, as you know. There'll be some days of mourning, the funeral, continued days of mourning. The Cardinals would then meet in what they call the congregational meetings every day, and the conclave would then begin. So, thank you, everybody. Stick with me. Anybody bring donuts or anything?
If you could just share a personal memory that you had with this or the.
You know what's interesting with Dolan?
Yeah.
What's interesting with Dolan is that he put in there's an official with Dolan there was an official form that's filled out once you get to a certain age, and if you haven't elevated beyond cardinal, you retire. And he was in the interim where they were waiting to elevate another person in New York to be cardinal, so Dolan would retire. I don't know though, because they haven't picked someone. Because he will be in the conclave, I'm sorry. In the conclave, I think it's possible that Dolan could be Pope, even though he put in his retirement papers, all right? Once you get to a certain age, you're forced to retire within the church if you're not elevated to a certain level. You know, he elevated to the max that he could. The next level is Pope, right? But no one was picked. So since the Pope died, and the individuals that are in the conclave are the ones that pick the Pope, in theory, I think Dolan can be Pope. I could be wrong on this, but for sure Dolan is still cardinal, but he was supposed to retire, and the Pope, Francis, was supposed to pick a new cardinal, but that didn't happen. So that's a little bit of inside baseball. I have a feeling that I don't think it would happen, but I have a feeling that theoretically Dolan could be Pope.
He was also amazed at the enthusiastic reception that he got. He said, I remember as we got out of the Popemobile in front of St. Patrick's after that tumultuous drive down Fifth Avenue, he said,
I remember that drive. I was walking home, and there was in Manhattan, you know, when you have someone like the Pope, all right, you know, they're cutting off avenues and in different streets, you know, for security and all this. And he was in this, I think it was a Fiat, or maybe it was a Mini Cooper. But the thing is that he was in this the little Popemobile. Maybe it was a Mini Cooper, and he was driving down the avenue, and you could hear as he was passing one street. So Manhattan longitudinally is avenues, and cross sectionally is streets. Right, the streets are shorter and the avenues obviously are wider, right? So as the Pope Mobile was going down the avenue and passing each street, you could hear this crowd go, and it would get quiet. And then as it's getting closer to another street, and then you could hear it, you know, with the crowd. So I will never forget that because it was pretty amazing to hear. Another really interesting feature was when I was living in Lower Manhattan. I was just a couple streets away from the actual heliport. So where they land the helicopters. So there were multiple times, probably 3 or 4 times, where I have seen the president come in and land with those Chinooks. There's like a series of 5. I think there's like 5 that come in, maybe 4. But it comes in, it's really loud when it's coming in. So off in the distance, and it gets louder and louder, and it reverberates off of the skyscrapers that are in Lower Manhattan. But it gets louder and louder, and then they land. Well, one of the landings was actually the Pope. So I actually saw Francis land on the heliport. You know, that's just down the river there, down in Lower Manhattan, and then they actually drove the little Pope Mobile off of the helicopter. These helicopters are huge. I think they're Chinooks, and this little vehicle, he gets in and then, you know, just drives away. And obviously, you know, the NYPD had all these streets, you know, cut off for easy passage for the Pope. And then my last memory of Frank, I never met him in person, but I only saw him from a distance. And another moment in time that I remember seeing him was when he was leaving Manhattan now. All right, so he did his tour, and then I think he was in Manhattan for a few days, maybe 3 days, I forgot. And that day that he left, I was able to get by the waterfront, and I was probably about maybe 600 yards, something like that, away from the heliport. There was a big crowd along the side of the river, and as they were taking off from the helicopter, the Chinooks or whatever they did a slow by in the air along the riverfront, and people were waving. You can see him wave in the actual window. But that was my experience of when he did his visit to New York a long time ago. But I'll never forget that. I mean, it was kind of an interesting thing, interesting to see. Okay, with that said, markets aren't open up yet. Markets will be opening up at 9:30. So let's, before we continue, I want to plug another product. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the C60. C60 is a very potent antioxidant. You can get it in avocado oil, extra virgin olive oil, or MCT coconut oil. C60 is a carbon molecule. 60 carbons make up this molecule. It looks like a soccer ball, or the technical term is a fullerene or a buckyball. And you take it every day. You take a teaspoon a day. Take it with an empty stomach for best absorption. If you work out, take it before your workout to be able to soak up the free radicals, and you will notice that you're recovering from your workout quicker. You can get it in a 2 ounce, a 4 ounce, or an 8 ounce configuration. It is cheaper per ounce if you purchase the higher ounce configuration. So you can get it in a 2 ounce, a 4 ounce, or an 8 ounce configuration. Take a teaspoon a day, every day. It's going to soak up free radicals. It's going to reduce stress in the cell and in your tissues. And what will happen is your ATP levels will go up because your mitochondrial health will improve. And what will happen is that you'll have more energy for your immune system and your endocrine system. They will perform better. Your tissues and your organ systems are going to perform better, including your neurons. Why? Because your neurons, when they're stressed, they don't perform as well. And also when they're stressed and when you get older, the mitochondria in the neurons start to perform not so well. All right, they start to degrade, and the population of those mitochondria start to go down. So the health of the neuron and its mitochondria is starting to decline. You want to stop that. And you can stop that and improve your neurons by taking C60. So what happens is by taking C60, it's soaking up the free radicals in the neuron, reducing the stress in the neuron, improving the mitochondrial health in the neuron, and therefore you have more neurotransmitters, more energy to create those neurotransmitters to be able to be fired, so you have that positive neuroplasticity. So if you want to improve your neural health and protect it, taking C60 is important. Another thing by taking C60 is soaking up free radicals in your bloodstream. When you soak up free radicals in your bloodstream, you can't oxidize, or you're reducing the concentration of oxidized LDL. So that means that you're reducing plaque buildup. That means you're reducing cardiovascular disease. Because cardiovascular disease happens for most people like this. You have inflammation at the vascular level. There is a minor tear or inflammation at the intima, the inner lining of your vessel. LDL gets in and is oxidized. Macrophages eat up the oxidized LDL, and the macrophage hardens and turns into a foam cell, and that's what we call plaque. So if you stop the inflammation, if you stop by lowering your LDL, if you inhibit the oxidation of the LDL by soaking up free radicals, you're reducing plaque buildup. It's a very simple concept, but a lot of people don't understand. A lot of people don't see the light, right? You know, so guess what? You can help your cardiovascular health if you just follow my lead. And this is exactly what I do. I have a cardiovascular box, a longevity cardiovascular box, where if you take those supplements, you're reducing your chances of plaque buildup. And if you take them over a longer period of time, like a year or 2 or 3, you're going to actually reduce the plaque buildup that you already have. You can't get rid of all of it, but you can radically reduce it. So the bottom line is this: take C60 and it'll soak up those free radicals. And when you soak up those free radicals, a lot of positive things happen for your mitochondria. You'll have more energy. Your immune system will perform better. Your endocrine system will perform better. Your neurons will perform better. And you're soaking up free radicals in your blood. And when you do that, you're reducing the chances of plaque buildup. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get C60. All right. Now, if you want to do the pharmacopoeia, what will happen is as you get older, you start, building up plaque, and you didn't realize that you started having cardiovascular disease in your teens. In the United States, you develop cardiovascular disease, asymptomatic in most cases, at age 16. 16 years old. You don't know it, but you have it. And the symptoms start to pop up in your 30s, 40s, or 50s usually, depending on lifestyle. All right? But if you don't pay attention to what I just said, by bringing down inflammation, lowering that LDL, exercising and soaking up those free radicals, what will happen is over time, you're going to get more and more plaque buildup. And when you get more and more plaque buildup, what will happen is your blood pressure will start to go up. You might have an occlusion. You might get blood clots. And over time, you'll eventually have a heart attack or myocardial infarction. All right. So the point here is that you can take 2 paths here. In the United States, most people will have heart disease. All right. But most people have heart disease right now. Some of it's asymptomatic, but I'm talking about the symptomatic ones. So you're either going to take two paths. The path of pharmacopoeia, where you're on statins and beta blockers, and eventually it's going to get harder and harder and harder to manage as you get older. And eventually you will get into early stage heart failure. There's problems with your kidney and the ability to regulate the blood pressure, and it's a downhill spiral. Now, it may take multiple decades to get to that point, but you can take another path. And that other path is actually reduce that inflammation, soak up those free radicals, reduce that LDL concentration and boost up your HDL. And when you're doing that, you aren't going to have all of the problems in your geriatric years with blood pressure regulation, kidney issues. I mean, a lot of people are saying that if you're on decades on statins, that it's not so good. So, you know, you can pick one path, you know, pick one of the two paths. Most people in the United States, that's your decision matrix right there. Pharmacopoeia or listen to me. It's your choice. Okay. All right, let's go back to live now about Pope Francis. Now, what is interesting, and I know the media is making hay out of this, you know, because that's how the news cycle works. We just saw what it's like to be in the conclave, right? You know, well, not in, but the process. When Francis was elevated from Ratzinger, when Ratzinger stepped down, right? Plus, ones that are like Gen X, we all remember John Paul II dying and the elevation of Ratzinger, all right, to Pope status. So if you don't have a goldfish memory, you already know what the process is. But what is amazing to me on these news channels, it's as if no one has ever seen this in, you know, for the last 3,000 years. All right. Now let's, you know, plus the movie came out for Conclave. All right. So people know what the process is. Now, why am I saying this? Now, just imagine, and I don't know why Israel isn't slaughtering the red heifers, but just imagine where the red heifers are slaughtered or the rebuilding of the temple starts to happen. That hasn't been around, all right? That we haven't seen that for the slaughtering of the red heifers for more than 2,000 years. 2,000 years, all right? Even biblical scholars aren't really sure exactly how to do it, all right? Because no one's seen it. Now, there is laws that have been written down in Paraduma on what to exactly do, but no one's really done it for over 2,000 years. Another thing that would be really interesting, you know, in terms of the world scene is the actual rebooting of this temple. You know, that we haven't seen that for a very long time. All right. So the point I'm making is that we basically know what's going to go on with elevating a new pope. What we don't know is this new thing that's starting to pop up in the Middle East that we're getting closer and closer to. Now, again, I'm still shocked that the red heifers aren't sacrificed. I have no idea why that is. You know, are they afraid? Has it been done and they're just not telling anybody? I don't know, but it's odd. Can you imagine 5 red heifers and then no one slaughters them? And that's just away, and it just goes away. And you got to remember, they came out. I mean, they came into fruition during COVID. So I mean, it's just kind of, this whole kind of world that we live in. It, like I said, is these series of plagues. All right. So it's just amazing to me. In a secular world, we're so fixated with the conclave, yet there's something much bigger coming, much bigger, that mankind hasn't seen for thousands of years. All right, with that, let's, let me get off my soapbox and go back to live now. They're just replaying his Easter. Okay, let's, I want to go to, let's see, Fox News talking about
America's Newsroom host Bill Hemmer joins me now. Bill, good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us. I just want to read, we have some more reaction coming in from leaders around the world. King Charles says, my wife and I were most deeply saddened to learn of the death of Pope Francis. And we also have reaction from Vladimir.
Let me just do a tangential here for a second. Because I used to manage the portfolio for Catholic Charities of the New York dioceses, right? I know a lot about this subject matter, right? I know a lot about Catholic Charities. I know a lot about the Archdiocese of New York and Dolan. I actually saw the elevation of Dolan. All right, but the point that I'm making here is that I was privy to be at many of these events, like gala events and fundraisers, right? And Fox News is heavily involved with Catholic Charities in terms of donations. And their newscasters go to these galas regularly. I've met almost every single major newscaster from Fox News, all right? And Bill Hemmer is one of the wussiest individuals I have ever met in person. He doesn't look like a wussy on camera, but in person, he's masculinity is just not there.
Who says, I had the privilege of communicating with this outstanding man on many occasions, and I will forever retain the fondest memory of him. So with that, weigh in on this historic news, the passing of Pope Francis at 88 years old.
What is it playing here? Hold on, there is a problem with my speaker. I apologize.
The video that I was just watching. Running on your program. I was aware of the meeting that he had with J.D. Vance, and I know a lot of people characterize it as quick, and I think there was an obvious reason for that. If you look at the photo that the Vatican released yesterday, I think clearly Francis, his body had swollen from his recent hospitalization in February. The photo they put out, the official photo from the Vatican, didn't even show eye contact between Francis and J.D. Vance, which I thought that was a telling sign to me, and I noticed it immediately. What I was further taken by was also the extended video that they released from that meeting. And obviously there was an interaction there.
This is the point that I'm making. This is the point I'm making. They pumped him up with meds to keep him alive. This is the point I'm making. Now, he didn't die the day after Easter just by, some sort of holiness, some sort of accident holiness kind of thing. This was orchestrated. This is what I mean by orchestrated. It was medically managed.
Of each other's presence and a sharing of thoughts and words, which I thought was somewhat reassuring. But Francis was a man who came onto the scene from Argentina in a very different light that many people maybe have associated with the Catholic Church. You think about the last time the Church had an Italian pope, you'd have to go back to the 1970s, and I know we'll get into the debate in the coming days as to who succeeds Francis. But I will tell you my own personal experience with Francis is the time that he came to the United States, 2015, so that's been 10 years ago, and New York was his first stop. And I'll tell you, Carly, waiting for him to arrive at St. Patrick's Cathedral on Fifth Avenue was quite the moment. We gave that visit a lot of attention. But there was a moment during that trip that did not receive the attention that I thought it should receive. This was a pastoral minister in the sense that he was there to guide and support men and women along their life's path. And that's really his training from Argentina. And on Saturday evening, I'll just share this quick story with you, and I'll allow you to get your other guests on the air. He was in Philadelphia. It was a highly anticipated visit, but it was a Saturday night, and the big splash really came in New York in the days that preceded that. And I felt, as a reporter and as a Catholic myself, watching his visit, that he was the most comfortable when he was in Philadelphia on that late Saturday night, because he had face-to-face interaction with men and women who had come to see him from all over the United States, not just Philadelphia. And I thought he was the most effective, Carly, when he could meet with them and talk to them and hear about their concerns.
You know, I don't want to say disparaging things of the dead or of the Pope. All right, but, right? Guess what? If you take a look at the video by DiCaprio giving $1 million donation to Pope Francis at the Vatican, he flies out and he gives $1 million. But before he gives the $1 million, I think he's giving him a gift, like a book or something. And Pope Francis, when he's healthy, doesn't seem to be that interested. All right. And he didn't even seem to really know who DiCaprio was. Or maybe he did and he just didn't care. The moment that DiCaprio said that he was giving $1 million gift, you could see the eyeballs light up with Pope Francis. Mark my words. Pope Francis was about money. Don't think that he wasn't. Don't think he wasn't. And not only that, the Vatican had a lot of problems with finances. All right? There are documentaries about this, all right, that you can watch on Amazon Prime, or they might even be on YouTube. But the point here is that the Vatican had money issues. The Vatican had problems with the legal, with all those lawsuits. And Pope Francis was not as, humble as you think. You don't believe me? If you don't believe me, just search on YouTube about Leonardo DiCaprio, giving $1 million gift to Pope Francis, and watch that video and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about.
In their faith or their concerns in their life, and he helped them through that moment. I thought this is how this man was trained, and this is his strongest. This is his strongest suit as a priest and now as a pope. And that moment, late on Saturday night in Philadelphia, 2015, is what I think about the most today.
Yeah, he was the first pope to visit the U.S. and address Congress. In New York, he addressed the UN General Assembly bill and urged world leaders to promote peace during that 2015 visit that you were referring to. 10 years later, he received the Presidential Medal of Freedom with distinctions from Joe Biden. So what do you think, as we're reflecting on his life and what he did on this earth as he's now with the Lord in heaven, what do you think his legacy as a pope will be?
I think he allowed, the Catholic Church to think about, some of these tough issues in different ways. And I know he was a champion of immigration, but he wasn't a champion of illegal immigration. He was a champion of the poor. And I thought he did a very good job of taking that into the opulence that is Vatican City. And I know you've mentioned that he chose not to live in the Basilica there in St. Peter's, which must be one heck of a place to live your life, by the way. And he chose to live in different housing. I thought that was emblematic of who he was, and not to draw a lot of contrast with him and Benedict, but I remember this story too, that Benedict wore the red shoes, and Benedict, who was Joseph Ratzinger from Germany at the time, and he chose to wear regular shoes, and a lot of people outside the church may think, well, that's no big deal, but the symbolism that so many of these decisions carry for 1 billion Catholics around the world is really significant. I'll just leave you with this one thought. Once we get past the funeral for Francis and we get into the conclave that was shown in Hollywood over the past year and a half, there's going to be there will be a lot of wagers as to who should succeed him. And I would just offer one thought in this. There is going to be a lot of pressure to bring the church back to Italy. There's going to be a lot of pressure to elect the next pope as an Italian. And the reason I mention that, Carly, is because I covered John Paul II, and I've covered Francis, and Benedict's resignation as well. And there's always a debate as to the weight of the Italian aspect of the Catholic Church. And if you think about it, Pope John Paul II from Poland, 1978, I think he was elected.
I think it's going to be a battle. I think it's going to be a battle between the conclave that is wanting to bring it back to Italy, a representative of Italy, one of the cardinals from Italy. There's that group. And maybe it's 60, 70%, but I'm willing to bet that there's about a 40 or 30% group within the cardinal college, if that's what they call it, whatever. But within that population of the cardinals that will be in the conclave, that they actually want to pick someone that is black because of a woke. The question is will there be a woke policy within the conclave to counteract what's going on in the world, especially in Trump America, all right? Because there is this push around the world of an anti-woke agenda. Now, what is interesting is an anti-woke agenda does seem to align with conservatism, but you do have a group that is supporting the church that is left to center and wants some sort of woke policies, So it would not surprise me that there is a group within the conclave that wants a black pope. All right. So I think there's two battles here going on. Now, the group that probably wants a black pope, if that is even possible, because I do believe there are black cardinals, is probably only 30 or 40% of the cardinal population, while 60 or 70% are probably, more leaning towards bringing it back, to an Italian cardinal. That's my take on it. What do I know? I'm Jewish, but I'll tell you, I would not be surprised that whoever they pick will have some element of a wokeness about them.
A very powerful moment right there as we take a live look at Vatican City. But that was a moment that happened just moments ago at the New York Stock Exchange.
I'm sorry, I wanted to go back to new Fox News.
Good 45 years plus, where you had a pope from Poland, and you had a pope from Germany, and you had a pope from Argentina. Where will the next pope come from? And there will be a strong push to pull somebody out of
And that's the reason why I say black pope, because it's the white dude, and there's going to be I would not be surprised that the next pope has some sort of woke agenda.
Maybe even out of Africa, or perhaps even the wonderful man that we have on Fifth Avenue in Cardinal Dolan, a person who I think is an amazing communicator. And I I think if the church went with, given the problems we've had in the American Catholic Church for decades, I think that's a strong reason why they did not lean toward Cardinal Dolan. But I'm telling you, he is a man who could carry this church forward in a way that many people do not see. But I have seen him, and I know his ability to communicate to people of all walks of life. He would be a strong, strong selection. On the other hand, I'll just leave you with this thought, is that there's going to be a big push to get an Italian back as Pope after going to Poland and after going to Germany and then Argentina.
So, Bill, we were talking earlier in the show about how Pope Francis sat down for an interview with 60 Minutes. And in it, you could tell that he had a sense of humor. And there was one joke that he told during the 60 Minutes interview. He was talking about immigration. And these are his words. He said, Irish brought whiskey, Italians brought the mafia. And then you could tell that the moderator was a little taken aback. And he said, it's a joke. Don't take it too seriously. And, you know, that's something that he had that probably worked in his benefit. And Cardinal Timothy Dolan certainly has that sense of humor as well. So unique perspectives. Final thoughts to you as we cover this together.
It's Easter Monday, and I hope everybody had a great Easter celebration with their family and close friends. And I certainly did back home in Cincinnati, Ohio, and I would just say, you know, this story will develop. We'll take it piece by piece, and I guess my final comment before I see you in person later today, Carly, would be, if I had a vote, it'd be Timothy Cardinal Dolan.
Bill, thank you so much for joining us. You will be picking up the reins.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine Dolan becoming the Pope? I don't think that's going to happen. I think it would be hilarious, but it would, I don't know, placate to maybe some of the woke out there because New York is quote liberal. But I'll tell you, I think that there's probably a big push for, I think Hemmer is right. There's a big push for an Italian to come back as Pope, or even, to have a black Pope elevated. I think there's a push for that too. I don't think Dolan is going to be elevated to Pope status. I'd be shocked. But okay, let's continue on.
In Eastern Time, we appreciate it.
Thank you, Carly.
Jonathan, back out to you. Just final thoughts in the last 30 seconds that we have.
We will have time to discuss who will be the next Pope. We will have time to discuss also all the funeral rites. But let me tell you, Pope Francis, in his last minutes of life and hours, he taught us what it means to live and to die. And he did it beautifully.
Amen to that. Both heartbreaking and joyous news. Jonathan, thank you so much. Fox and Friends starts right now.
All right, here we go. Fox News alert. Pope Francis has passed away at the age of 88. The Vatican announcing his passing this morning following a weeks-long battle, actually a months-long battle with double pneumonia.
Senior foreign correspondent Greg Palcott is live in London with the latest. Greg.
Hey, folks, we have been tracking this dramatic and momentous news for the last couple of hours coming from the Vatican. Just one day since appearing on the balcony of St. Peter's for his Easter message, with tens of thousands gathered in Vatican Square there after weeks of sometimes critical illness. 88-year-old Pope Francis is passed away. He was the first Pope from the Americas. He was a symbol of humility and compassion for the poor and downtrodden. Now he is gone. Here's part of a brief message from the Vatican. Dearest brothers and sisters, with deep sorrow, I must announce the death of our Holy Father Francis. At 7:35 this morning, the Bishop of Rome, Francis, returned to the house of the Father. His entire life was dedicated to the service of the Lord.
I am positive this was medically managed for him to get over Easter and then him to pass away the next day. I'm positive on it.
He taught us to live the values of the gospel with fidelity, courage, and universal love, especially in favor of the poorest and most marginalized. By the way, that comes from, folks, a 77-year-old Irish American who is the Cardinal kind of lingo right now. Basically, the administrator that takes care of things as this interim period will commence at the Vatican. Remember, this is also just a day since the Pope met with Vice President J.D. Vance. Certainly, he, a Catholic convert, as you've noted, just in the past couple of years, but also a person who has had some, shall we say, differences with the Pope, but a sign on both sides, I would say, of the kind of effort to compromise, to come together that Pope Francis so championed. A lot of reaction we've been tracking, folks, from around the world, not just from the 1.3 billion Catholics, but leaders from all over. Let me just give you 3 or 4. French President Macron saying he was a man of humility. Irish President saying the same thing. He was a papacy with a unique humility. Tony Blair, former British...
like I said, go on the internet, look at YouTube, and take a look at when DiCaprio was giving the $1 million to this Pope here, Pope Francis. And you'll notice that his facial expressions lit up. But before, when he was being given a book, right before, by DiCaprio, he didn't seem interested. I'm telling you, Francis was not as humble as you think he was. Now, just take a look. Just look on the internet when DiCaprio gave the Vatican $1 million. I forgot. I guess he finished. He must have finished a movie. I forgot which movie it was. I don't follow his work that much, but he donated $1 million. There's a video out there on the. I'm sure it's on YouTube. And just watch it and you look at the facial expressions. And when you catch someone by surprise, which DiCaprio did, because the Vatican didn't know that he was given $1 million. He just thought that there was this famous actor that was giving a gift, a book, to the Pope. But when you catch someone by surprise, you get their essence of their soul. So if they're really humble, and you surprise them, you'll see that they're humble. But if they're not humble and you surprise them, you'll see that the real, and they're trying to hide that, the real person will come out. Right? And that's what happened with Francis. So don't believe the bullshit.
We're calling him an extraordinary and devoted servant. The White House itself showing in a post a picture of the Pope and President Trump, simply saying, rest in peace. Again, this Pope filled in after the 2013 resignation from Pope Benedict XVI. He was voted in after...
Now think about it. Was Ratzinger stepping down or was he pushed out? And who was running the show in the Vatican? Was there some sort of coup that was taking place between the Jesuits and the non-Jesuits during Ratzinger's reign? I wouldn't be surprised that it was a little bit more complicated.
A couple of ballots in the famous conclave setting, and he has set a standard for speaking out on a lot of different issues, on climate change, inequality, you name it, and also speaking up for immigrants, refugees, victims of war, distress, hunger, poverty, you name it. This was a man of humility, right from driving around in a Ford Focus. The next days will lead up to the funeral, and then, as we've been just discussing, the conclave, the consistory, where a new pope will be chosen. Thank you, guys.
Thanks so much, Greg.
All righty. Let's see, is there some additional stuff that's going on here? I mean, it is sad for, a religious leader to die, But the thing is that you know, there's probably some nefarious stuff going on behind the scenes where I wouldn't be surprised that Ratzinger was pushed out by the Jesuits. Let's go to CBS News here.
Stop letting handover be a headache. With Kahua's asset-centric approach, you gather accurate asset data as you build. So
This is a CBS News special report.
Well, you know what's interesting? I think that, okay, I'm going to switch over to
here in New York. We want to get right to the news from Rome, where the bells are tolled 88 times.
I want to switch over to Al Jazeera just to see what they have to say.
The significant issue is what kind of Pope we can expect. Pope Francis was very successful at inducting new cardinals. Indeed, 2/3 of the men eligible to elect his successor were named by Francis.
Luc Desmond de Senegal is a Vatican correspondent.
All right. Before we continue on with Al Jazeera, let me just, because the market just opened, the S&P 500 is trading at 5,210. Remember that there is a support level at 5,150 and 4,810. VIX is elevated at 32.58. The Euro USD is trading at 1.15. Oil is trading at $62.31 a barrel. BITO is trading at 19.05. Bitcoin is moving upward. Now, USD, Japanese yen, remember what I said. You got to pay attention to the USD, Japanese yen. It is now trading at 140.82. If it breaks 140, you're going to start hearing in the news that the BOJ is going to start thinking about intervening in the currency market. So what we're seeing is a weakening of the dollar, a movement to safe haven currencies like the Japanese yen, which is an indicator of stress building up in the international markets. 140, a break of 140 for the Japanese yen is definitely a bellwether of stress internationally. Now, if Trump doesn't get trade negotiations going, and you know, we're seeing some positive news, we're going to start seeing a potentiality of a yen at 135. Okay, let's continue with Al Jazeera here.
All these cardinals chosen by Pope Francis, they have two characteristics. The first one is that they come from what Pope Francis calls the periphery of the world. So there is one from Mongolia, Myanmar, and Lesotho. So in the conflict, you will hear voices that have never been heard before in the Sixtine Chapel. The second particularity is that they all have a very strong pastoral experience. They are all men from the ground, from the field, and so it will change the way these men will choose the Pope.
So regardless of what the next Pope looks like, the Roman Catholic Church is still changing. It's becoming less European, it's becoming less metropolitan. In its future, the global south and all its multitude of different perspectives will have increasing sway. Rory Challenge, Al Jazeera, Rome.
Well, still a hit here on Al Jazeera. Losing Palestine's libraries. Israel's war on Gaza is raising them.
All right, so let's continue on with CBS News.
This is incredibly profound timing indeed, Tony. So next, about 8 o'clock local time, his body will be placed in a coffin. He's then going to lie in state for about 4 to 6 days, at which point he will be buried. There's a 9-day period of mourning, which has just begun. And then, of course, there is the conclave, when cardinals from all around the world descend on Rome to elect the next pope. That is going to happen in the next 15 to 20 days, Tony. Chris, thank you.
The 88-year-old Pope led the Roman Catholic Church for 12 years through a series of crises and challenges. He traveled the world and reached out to everyone he met, in particular, people who had often been overlooked or demeaned throughout the Church's long history. CBS News senior correspondent Nora O'Donnell interviewed the Pope last year. She joins us now from Washington. Nora, good morning to you. A lot of people waking up just the way I did with the news that the Pope had passed away. When did you first hear about it? I saw you posted early this morning.
I know. I was up early and saw that news from our team in Rome, learning that the Pope had passed away, and clearly a huge surprise on this Easter Monday. It was just about a year ago when we sat down with Pope Francis, and he gave CBS News the first ever one-on-one interview by a Pope to a U.S. broadcast network. And that conversation was about an hour long. We found him to be warm, smart, giving with his time. And it was an extraordinary moment for him. And it was one more way that he stood out from his predecessors during a papacy that was known for great change and great compassion.
The Holy Father set the tone with his first official act as Pope, reversing a centuries-old tradition. I want to ask you a favor, he said. Before the bishop blesses the people, I ask that you would pray to the Lord to bless me. He named himself after Francis of Assisi, a saint known for his simplicity and humility. The first Pope to hail from the Americas, the first Jesuit Pope said he wanted a poorer church, one that would include the excluded, rather than living in the lavish papal apartments where popes have lived for hundreds of years. He set an example by choosing to live at the Santa Marta, a simple guest house on Vatican grounds. That's where we met him in April 2024. His desire to reach out to ordinary people sent the bulletproof Pope-mobiles into storage. I cannot greet people from inside a sardine can, Francis famously explained, even if it is made of glass. He'd become one of the most popular public figures in the world, regularly speaking up for the voiceless and leading by example, whether dining with the homeless, washing prisoners' feet, or providing a home in Italy for migrants and refugees fleeing lands torn by war or economic instability. He was a tireless advocate for the rights of migrants, even taking the rare step of delving into a nation's politics when he criticized the Trump administration's plans to deport millions, saying it violated human dignity. The Holy Father pushed for progress in combating climate change, projecting imagery of the crisis on the front of St. Peter's Basilica, and becoming the first Pope to issue official Vatican documents on the topic. He reformed the Curia, the central administration of the Church, appointing lay men and women to run Vatican offices, positions historically reserved for cardinals and bishops. During the coronavirus lockdown, he continued to give his public prayers, the People's Pope in St. Peter's Square with no people. Francis made a daring first ever papal trip to Iraq, despite immense security risks. In the last years of his life, nearly every appearance included prayers for peace in both Gaza and Ukraine. Can you help negotiate peace?
Rezo mucho, but what I can do is pray. I pray a lot for peace, and also to suggest, please stop, negotiate. A bad deal is always better than an ugly defeat, is it not?
Over time, his papacy began to be defined by a topic he did not choose, the wave of clerical sex abuse scandals that stretched to the very highest levels of the Church. He was accused at first of being tone deaf in his slow response to the crisis. But then in 2019, the Pope made sweeping changes to allow for greater accountability and transparency. Francis abolished the top-level confidentiality of pontifical secret.
You have said zero tolerance.
It cannot be tolerated. When there is a case of a religious man or woman who abuses, the full force of the law falls upon them. In this, there has been a great deal of progress.
A few weeks after we interviewed Francis, it was reported that he used a homophobic slur in 2 private meetings. But in his more than a decade as Pope, he voiced support for bringing the LGBTQ community into the church. That push started aboard a papal flight just months into his tenure. Who am I to judge, he said. While he may have received widespread credit for changing the tune of the church, as one Vatican reporter puts it, the lyrics remain the same. Despite drawing fire from church conservatives for being too liberal, he reaffirmed church doctrine opposing gay marriage, but allowed those in a same-sex union to be blessed. The Catholic rules for pretty much everything from birth control to ordaining women were unchanged. Hailing from South America, Pope Francis's simple style was a product of his humble beginnings. Jorge Mario Bergoglio was born in 1936 in Buenos Aires to an immigrant Italian railway worker and a housewife. As a young man, he lost part of a lung to an infection, worked at menial jobs, and studied chemistry. Ordained at the late age of 32, he made visiting slums and caring for the poor of Buenos Aires a fixture of his ministry. Francis claimed he only brought a small bag to the conclave that elected him because he expected to be going back home to Argentina. Instead, he became one of the oldest popes in history, having traveled to more than 60 countries and keeping a busy schedule until the final days of his life. But he wasn't immune to health issues, using a wheelchair since 2022 and spending weeks in the hospital in 2023. The toll of the papacy, raising persistent questions of retirement after his predecessor, Pope Benedict XVI, resigned, the first pope to do so in almost 600 years.
So you have no plans to resign or retire?
You chose nursing because you wanted to help others. Now you're choosing an MSN or DMP because you want to help yourself too. Post University offers accredited
or retire? I know you don't like this question.
Not at all. Ask all you want. It has never occurred to me.
When you look at the world, what gives you hope?
Everything. You see tragedies, but you also see so many beautiful things. You see heroic mothers, heroic men, men who have hopes and dreams, women who look to the future. That gives me a lot of hope. People want to live, people forge ahead, and people are fundamentally good.
Fundamentally good. I believe that too. Nora, I loved his expression when you asked him about retirement. I thought that was priceless. As you said in your piece, he was a pope who made big changes to the papacy. So do you think that made him controversial? Because a lot of people thought that he was more inclusive than many of his predecessors.
That is true, Gail. I mean, Pope Francis was a lightning rod on a number of these issues, but he was also trying to make the Catholic Church more inclusive. You know, there are about 1.4 billion people around the world that say they are Catholic. About 20% of Americans associate with the Catholic faith. But yes,
they have to make it more inclusive because the conservative movement within the Catholic community is shrinking. So that means funds for the schools, the churches, even the Vatican are going down.
Many of these issues, it caused controversy, but I think at the end of the day, as scholars and those who have studied this church will say, you know, he changed the tune of the Catholic Church, but not the lyrics. But there's still much to say about his legacy because many of the cardinals that will gather soon in this conclave were appointed by Pope Francis, and they are to, in his model and in his image in some ways, embrace many of the same things. So they are to carry on his legacy, and we'll see how much of the church continues to open its heart, as Pope Francis told me.
Nora, I can't get over some of the decisions he made as Pope, in particular his decision to not live in the apostolic palace, that 12-room apartment, and instead take the 2-room guest house in the hostel, eat his meals with others. It's a lifestyle choice that goes all the way back to his time in Buenos Aires, where he When he was Archbishop, would cook at home, simple life. He drove a Ford Focus, compact car.
But he gets super surprised and all giddy when Leo DiCaprio gave him, $1 million check. He wasn't as humble as people think he was.
None of these big, every aspect of his life, from what he wore to what he ate to where he lived, was humble. Could you talk about that for a bit?
Yeah, I mean, look at what he's wearing. I mean, not the red regal robes that normal popes wear. Instead, the plain white cassock, that silver cross, not a gold cross that we might usually see on cardinals. And that's in part because he was the first in so many ways, not only the first pope from the Americas, but the first Jesuit pope. And I covered that conclave, some 12 years ago, and I had a guess that he might call himself Francis. He's the first pope to be called Francis after St. Francis of Assisi, who is known for his humility and modesty, and that has really been the hallmark of his papacy. And that's in part why the Holy Father spent so much time talking about migrants during his papacy, because he talked about the globalization of indifference. He asked people to think about why migrants leave their home. They are fleeing war, injustice, poverty. And so that is why it's led him to clash with the current administration. But
war, injustice, poverty. Majority of the ones that are coming over to the United States through the porous borders of the Biden administration and previous administrations, they look well fed. They don't look like they're starving. Most of them are just males at a war age, at a military age. Some of them are families, but all of them look well fed. And not only that, makes you wonder, when you're walking imagine buying a pair of new shoes. I mean, I'm all kidding aside here. Buy a pair of new tennis shoes and try to walk the number of miles that it is from, let's say, South America to Texas, whatever that number of miles are, all right? Your shoes would be destroyed, all right? So where are they getting the new shoes? Who's giving it to them? See, who's feeding them? This huge caravan of people, and sometimes it was 10,000 people or more in these caravans. That's a big movement. Who's feeding them? Who's clothing them? Who's giving them new shoes? You ever wonder that? Try to walk, and not, on a treadmill or whatever, and use the same shoes and see how long they last. You'd be surprised that you'd probably need another pair. So the point is that it's an orchestrated invasion. It's not that they're running away from a war-torn area. What it is they want to get the lotto. They want to win the lotto. And winning the lotto is being in the United States. All right? And they want the free smorgasbord of social policies.
I think will be one of his defining moments. Tony and Gail.
Really well played.
Thank you, Nora.
No, the way I see this, John Paul II was probably the best pope in modern era. All right, why? Because he was willing to go toe to toe with the communists. All right. Ratzinger, he seemed like a scholar. He had kind of like a scholarly aspect to him, but not really probably not a good manager. All right. And the charisma wasn't there. Now, did Francis have charisma? But I'll tell you, when you compare Francis to John Paul II, Francis just didn't have it.
And let's go back to Rome, or let's go to Rome and talk with John Allen, a longtime observer of the Vatican. He is editor of Crux, a Catholic news website. Good morning.
Good morning, Nate.
So we're all aware of the health complications that Pope Francis was dealing with. Given that and him defying doctor's orders and making a string of surprise appearances, including Easter holiday yesterday, what was your reaction of the death of Pope Francis?
Well, Nate, I have to admit I was completely astonished. You know, yesterday, watching that scene unfold in St. Peter's Square, where for the first time since that 38-day hospitalization when Pope Francis was battling double pneumonia, we saw him astride the Pope Mobile and making one of those triumphant swings through St. Peter's Square, greeting the faithful who had assembled to see him on Easter Sunday. You know, we all thought this was his triumphant comeback. As it turned out, of course, it was his triumphant farewell. But I think it probably was precisely the way Pope Francis would have scripted his exit. His papacy was all about proximity to the people from beginning to the end. This was a pope who wanted to break down barriers. You know, the Latin term for a pope is Pontifex Maximus, and Pontifex literally means a bridge builder. A ponte is a bridge. And from the beginning to the end, over these 12 years, that was how Pope Francis saw his role. He wanted to build bridges between the Catholic Church and the world outside the Church, between other Christians, followers of other religions, and people of no religious faith at all. He wanted to build bridges in a particular way to those who had been excluded, those who stood on the margins, so the poor and the migrants and the victims of armed conflict. You know, that was, in a sense, his milieu, right? It's where he lived and moved and had his being. And I think it was somehow just symbolically and spiritually apt that a pope who was so, in his heart and his soul, beholden to being there for the forgotten people of the world at the very end, and in a way, in defiance of doctor's orders, that's how he went out as well. He leaves behind a remarkable legacy, Nate, and I think today we are only beginning to sort through what it has all meant for the church and for the world.
Yeah, break down barriers, create new norms, and create new bridges. John, please stick around for the coverage that we will continue. Thank you so much.
Yeah, John, thank you very much. Many of our stations will leave us now, but we will be back with more coverage of the death of Pope Francis on CBS Mornings in your area.
Okay, so let's do a market update here because there's some movements in the market now. We'll transition back to Bloomberg. The S&P 500 is trading at 5,182, 183, okay? Remember what I said, the next support level for the S&P 500 is 5,150. If it breaks, the next support level is 4,810, which was the low point, which was the support level with that major sell-off that we had when the tariff news came out. So beware, we probably will break that support level, all right? The VIX has been spiked at 33.39 today. The Euro USD is trading at 1.15. Oil is trading at 62.10. BITO is trading at 18.99. And the USD Japanese yen is trading at 140.71. Watch for that break below 140 on the Japanese yen. It's going to be a sign of stress in the market. All right. What I want to do is, let me just plug some products here before we go to the next, to Bloomberg. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the Max 14 or the Max 35 or Cleanse. They're all at different parts per million and different price points. You take it the same way. Take a teaspoon a day, swish in your mouth, gargle, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, swallow. All right? It'll boost up your immune system. If you're not feeling well, take a tablespoon or two a day. Do the same thing. And then once you're feeling better, go back to your maintenance dose. But you should be doing this every day. Very important. It's part of a 4-pillar protocol that I have called the CORE. And that CORE protocol is the Max 35 or Max 14 or Cleanse. That will boost up your immune system. C60, which I talked about earlier, soaks up free radicals. Turmeric, ashwagandha and lignans bring down inflammation, helps with your immune system and your cardiovascular system. And taking Boomer Boost to rev up your metabolism and to shoot up your energy levels. When you take that, that's a great core to build off of to get healthy, all right, and slow down the aging process, all right, and have more vitality. It's not just slowing down the aging process, but what's happening is that your systems, your organ systems, your immune system, your endocrine system, your brain activity improve, all right, on top of slowing down the aging process. And what's the most important is the vitality of the years that you do have, that you have vitality, all right? Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the Max 14, the Max 35, or Cleanse. They're all at different price points and different parts per million. I've said it, so you get these products in your hands. If you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. Use discount 5, all caps, discount 5, and you get $5 off any order. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com.
Strong guidance over the past month. This is according to Citi, so that will be quite interesting. All right, let's take a look at some of the stocks on the move today. We're joined now by Bloomberg's Isabel Lee. Isabel, you're looking at TSMC.
Yes, we have shares edging slightly lower. That's after the company's Arizona subsidiary posted a loss. So the company also listed the challenges of ensuring, quote, expert control compliance by its customers. So this comes months after the company's AI silicon was found to have flowed to Huawei via intermediaries. So again, it highlights the U.S.-China trade war. But overall, we have TSMC keeping a bullish outlook for 2025. So that's interesting.
It is interesting. Also, like ... Maybe? Like, is there an asterisk? Like, because who actually can know, Paul?
I don't know. I mean, I'm just not sure whether you mentioned the CapEx spending. We'll see where that shakes out this quarter. How about Netflix?
Netflix, this is a different story. We have the stock edging by 1.5% higher. So the streaming giant reporting record profit to start the year. This really just allays any concerns of an economic slowdown amidst all of this uncertainty that the tariff is bringing. We have first quarter earnings rising 25%. So that's beating analyst estimates. Sales grew in line with projections. So investors have come to see Netflix as this safe bet, even as conventional movie and TV businesses really struggle. And even amid, again, this uncertain economic environment. I mean, it does have a global audience of 700 million people. So not a lot. It's a lot, actually. That was a sarcastic tone. But, we still don't see any impact from the tariff, according to them. And remember, they said that they have this $1 trillion market cap goal by 2030.
I mean, does it feel like Netflix is pretty recession-proof at that point? Like, is it discretionary anymore? I don't know.
I don't think so. I think it's, I mean, we found out back, over the last 50, 60 years, paying your cable television was often the first bill people paid for their gas and electric and all that kind of stuff. So, entertainment.
Also, to be fair, it takes a while for them to turn that off, right?
Yes.
So, maybe that's also why, too. All right, wrapping up here with MicroStrategy.
It's strategy these days, so it's also edging higher. I still find it quite hard to remember, but yes, it's just strategy. We have CTBC Securities initiating coverage of the firm, and they rated it a buy. So the price target they set is $420, which is around a 30% increase from the last price. So this is a highly controversial stock. I feel like you're either bearish or you're uber bullish. The company has been hoarding Bitcoin since 2020, and again last week they bought 6,000 Bitcoin, raising its total holdings to 36.4 billion. And Michael Saylor really just is doubling down on this Bitcoin bet.
All right, Isabel Lee, thank you so much. We appreciate that, Isabel Lee. Paul Sasser, reporter for Bloomberg News, Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. So pressure seems to be building on Fed Chairman Jay Powell from the White House. President Trump out on social media this morning, urging the Fed to lower interest rates and challenging Fed Chairman Jay Powell personally, on a personal level as well, it seems like. Tom Orlick, Bloomberg Economics Chief Economist. Hey, Tom, how concerned should the marketplace be about President Trump and the political pressure he is applying to the Fed and to the Fed chairman?
Well, I think there's a couple of reasons to be concerned about it, Paul. The first reason is that we have central bank independence for a reason, right? The experience from the 1960s, the 1970s, when monetary policy was dominated by the concerns of the executive branch, was that, well, that was a big contributing factor to inflation running much too high for much too long. So if you're in the bond market, if you're in the FX market, if you're in the equity market, that's clearly a big source of concern. The second, of course, is the signs that we're seeing from the administration. And I think we can think about that on two lines. The first is legal moves that you probably wouldn't pay too much attention to if you weren't an expert, but legal moves that chip away at the basis of Fed independence, asserting a presidential right to fire the heads of other independent agencies. And legal scholars say, well, what's really going on there is that the Trump administration are laying the groundwork for a potential move against Chair Powell. And of course, we don't need to go further than Trump's Truth Social account to see the president's animus, right? A clear view that the Fed is taking the wrong path, and Powell's, to quote Trump, Trump's termination can't come soon enough.
Okay, so to that point, let's just game theory this out for a second. What would happen if the Fed cut rates?
So I think the concern is that inflation is still considerably above the Fed's 2% target. So if the Fed moved to cut interest rates at this point, I think the markets might reasonably conclude that it was doing so on the basis of political pressure rather than economic logic. And that would be a step to chipping away at the Fed's credibility as an inflation fighter. And it's that hard-won credibility stretching back from Volcker through Greenspan, through Bernanke, through Yellen, and now with Powell, which is key to keeping inflation expectations under control.
Tom, so what's your concern here, I guess, about the dollar here? We've seen just pronounced selling of the dollar. We're down about the Bloomberg Dollar Index is down about 8% from its recent highs. What does that tell you?
So it's interesting, Paul. The economic textbooks tell us when a country imposes tariffs, its currency should appreciate. But here we have the US imposing sweeping tariffs against all of its major trade partners, and its currency is depreciating. So what's going on? Well, I think there's a few potential contributing factors. The first is that, well, the president himself has told us that he favors a weaker dollar to support competitiveness. Don't fight the Fed on interest rates, maybe don't fight the president on the exchange rate. The second is that by imposing all of these tariffs, the US is effectively saying it's going to play a smaller part in the global trade system going forward. And if the US is going to play a smaller part in the global trade system, well, maybe other countries, companies in other countries, don't need to hold so many dollars. And then the third, and perhaps this is the most troubling, is, well, confidence in a currency is underpinned in a fundamental way by confidence in its growth prospects and confidence in its institutions. We really can't draw too many conclusions from just a few weeks of dollar decline, but certainly the contrast between what the textbooks say, tariffs mean a higher dollar, and what's actually happening, tariffs combined with a weaker dollar, do suggest that perhaps the markets are starting to have a little bit of concern about US longer-term growth prospects and potentially about US institutions.
So, Tom, to that point, when we talked about what happens if Powell does cut rates, I mean, that's a very emerging marketing thing to kind of do, right? Then you have high inflation. Can you grow your way out of it? You mentioned the dollar and the question marks around the dollar not following rates higher, for example. You worked at Beijing for many, 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 many years. Is it fair to say that the U.S. is trading like an emerging market?
So I think that's I mean, I certainly appreciate the analogy, Alex, and I think some of the dynamics are sort of pointing in a kind of similar direction. But I think we need to think about magnitudes as well, right? And we also need to think about the credibility that the US has built up over not just years but decades, right? So do some of the dynamics here have a kind of echo of things that we've seen in emerging markets over the years? Yes. Are we in the type of extreme situation in the United States that we've seen in, for example, Turkey in recent years? No, we're still quite some considerable distance from that extremity.
All right, Tom, thanks so much. Always appreciate getting a few minutes of your time. Tom Orlick, he's the chief economist for Bloomberg Economics. He is based down there in Washington, D.C., trying to get a sense of kind of where we go from an economic perspective here. We had a guest on earlier this morning, Drew Mattis from Metropolitan Life. His recession call is now at 60%. And they started the year at 30%, but it's tied directly to the tariffs and kind of where the policy goes on the tariffs. But all we know is $1.
Okay, so we're going to go to Sky News about Trump increasing the amount of funding that's potentially going to be pulled from Harvard. But before we do that, I would like to do a product plug here. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get these very high quality deodorants. They're dual purpose. You use them as a deodorant for males and females, but it'll also help to detoxify your body. You can get it in citrus or in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree. Very high quality deodorants and bars that will help to detoxify your body. Has no aluminum, no baking soda. Very high quality ingredients from the Himalayas, essential oils from the Himalayas. All natural, very high quality. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get a few bars for your household. If you spend $150 or more, you do get a free gift until supplies last. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Also, you can save money by using discount 5 and you get $5 off.
Kosha, great to see you. Look, let's talk about this epic row between Donald Trump and Harvard University. Trump is now threatening to pull another $1 billion in funding. What's happened and where's this up to?
Yeah, so this issue is only heating up, or sort of a standoff of sorts between the preeminent university brand in the world and the Trump administration. And what undergirds the whole thing is there's a few layers to it. What undergirds it is cut and dry financial picture, really, because the U.S. spends about $80 billion a year in subsidizing higher education. It is one of the U.S.'s top categories, and they do lots of good work, research, they run hospitals, all sorts of things. However, when we're at $36 trillion in debt, and you're looking at the level of spending cuts that this administration is looking to do, that gets called into question. And within that, Harvard specifically gets about 10% of that, $8 or $9 billion a year. So that's one question, and they're a very wealthy university with a huge endowment fund, lots of money in their own pockets. And then when you layer onto that, there's other questions around violations of the Civil Rights Act. Have they been discriminatory to students of different backgrounds? And also
Jewish
the
students.
political ideology that everybody knows that they do. And Jewish students for sure became a flashpoint, as well as others. So he's putting all that together and just taking this fight to Harvard, and it's going to be very interesting to see.
Now, I created a post on X. And I asked the question, and I suspect that it's somewhat part of the calculus for the Trump administration. Why is he going after Harvard? Especially in the news cycle with the tariffs, all right? And people would say, how's it related? Well, who's the big elephant in the room when it comes to tariffs? China. Where are funds flowing into as conduits into the United States? Elite institutions, Ivy League and Ivy League Plus, from sovereign nations, including China. There's a heavy collaboration that goes on with China and Harvard. I would not be surprised that Harvard is being targeted by Trump because of their involvement with Wuhan. Tangentially. There's aspects of Harvard's research that ties into different departments within Wuhan University, right? Not just biological, but also, other initiatives. Healthcare, some of it is spatial temporal data sets. The point I'm making is that there's a woke agenda that's being projected from elite institutions that I think hurts America because it's withering away God, country, and family, but also their affiliation with certain sovereigns and how that affiliation could jade their decision making when it comes to technology transfers and partnering up with certain research institutes within these sovereigns, like Wuhan, and helping them. And that then what happens is that those sovereigns, like China, end up taking technology that ends up hurting the United States in the long run because it has a military application. All right? We need to really pay attention to this. Now, the problem that we have had since, some people could say going all the way back to Nixon, but let's not go back that far. Let's just say at the very beginning of 2000, where China was pushed as having a favored status with the United States in terms of trade with the World Trade Organization. Now, Wall Street and corporate America over time shift jobs and shift money over to China, FDI, foreign direct investment, into China and built it up. What did the United States get in return? Cheaper goods, lower cost to make goods for these multinational corporations, and also a country that was buying the debt of the United States government through the treasury market. But over time, that builds up their PLA, the People's Liberation Army, right? So the CCP, that's the politic, has, we're building up their military to the point where now we may have to go to war with China. So you have lots of people on Wall Street that made money doing this, and lots of multinational corporations profiting from this supply chain. And you also had universities that were getting funds from these institutes to be able to train individuals, students or scholars, and do technology transfer. So they were getting technology transfer two ways: through the universities, our universities, like Harvard, and through foreign direct investment from our multinationals and building up a supply chain there. So did Harvard do anything illegal? No. Did Harvard build up willingly or unwillingly a technology base to help with the military industrial complex in China? Yes. And there's the problem. So I would not be surprised that Harvard is being targeted because of their heavily involvement with certain sovereigns like China and even some Middle Eastern countries, pushing an woke agenda and also helping, especially China, with technology transfer. And they made money on it. And Harvard made money doing this. That's my take on it.
Powerful institutions, Harvard versus the U.S. government, play out in the weeks to come.
Well, anti-Semitism at Harvard has been appalling. Let's talk about U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. There's new revelations that he reportedly shared sensitive military information in another Signal chat. This is a private messaging app, this time with his wife and advisors. What's he saying in his defense over this, Kosha?
My take on this: Hegseth is, at least with this particular incident, with this whole Signal chat it's looking like amateur hour. All right. His wife should not be in the communication stream of what we are doing with the Houthis or any military operation. He needs to start battening the hatch and, becoming a little bit more cognizant of the importance of keeping secrecy. And I'm shocked. I'm literally shocked that he is willing to share this information with people that aren't part of the operation or the government. All right. Now, should he be kicked out as the defense secretary? No. But he needs to be reprimanded in public. Stop the amateur hour horseshit and get to business, win wars, kill the enemy.
Defense through his spokesperson, Sean Parnell, has been that none of the information that's been in these signal chats have been classified or were being given in any way that has brought danger to the armed forces that are out on duty in the world, and that will run its course. He's kind of sticking to that. I think, look, this isn't great for him. It was a difficult and controversial figure who barely got confirmed. He is going out against a lot of protected interests, so there are people who have the knives out for him as well, and any such misstep gives an exposure point to them. But I think this battle will continue, and for now, it does seem that Trump does have his back for now, and he does serve at the pleasure of the president.
Mm-hmm. We end tonight where we started. The Vice President, J.D. Vance, actually met briefly with Pope Francis over the Easter weekend. Of course, this was one of his last, if not his final official meeting before the leader of the Catholic Church passed away.
Let's continue on here. I want to see if there's another video about this issue about the $1 billion additional funding pull from Harvard. No. Okay, let's go back to Bloomberg here.
That would suggest taking the market back down to that, 48.35 level we saw a couple of weeks ago on the bond market, benchmark 10s, perhaps yields, backing up into that 4.5% neighborhood. So, again, now that you've got the players back in their seats, I think you've got to sort of let this play out and see where the support levels, technically speaking, play out, and if there's any policy news that comes out of Washington. We saw the Federal Reserve last week basically tell us that there's no Fed foot. They're not in any hurry to change policy. They're going to be very patient and wait to see if there's a confluence of the solid hard data and the sloppy soft data. So that would suggest to us that we're not going to see anything out of the Fed before the June meeting at the earliest. I think we've got the luxury of time here and just be patient and not try to chase this.
Phil, one could argue the weakness in the equity markets in the U.S. dollar is a reflection of the economic uncertainty caused in large part by the tariff discussions and the tariff news.
Just to remind the audience, we're doing a live stream on Rumble. We're simulcasting on X Spaces, but also live streaming on YouTube with the dashboard. Now, the ones that have the dashboard, take a look at the big move that's taking place on BITO. That's the long Bitcoin ETF. It's now trading at 19.25. And also take a look at how the USD Japanese yen is approaching the breaking 140. It's at 140.59. VIX is trading at 33.37. Now, the equity market, again, if it closes below 5,150, we are going to have a problem. So pay attention to that number. We're getting close to it. But, intraday trading, it might go below, but as long as it closes above the 5,150, we'll be okay.
Going through, their assessment
the guidance has been very conservative, and some companies giving us two sets of guidance. Well, maybe we have growth, maybe we have a recession. This is what we see. So there's no visibility at all because we have no visibility in terms of what the tariff policies of the administration will be. So how can companies or investors plan not knowing what the rules of the road are?
Totally right. So when you take a look at earnings season, what will constitute a good earnings season? Like a solid first quarter and honesty about the rest of the year? Like, what do you want to see?
I mean, that's the gist of the piece that I wrote last week, that if you look at the stuff that we know, the inflation data coming down, consumer spending strong, the labor market strong, corporate earnings season, early days, of course, but strong. Yet the market is the financial markets are in a kerfuffle because the rear view mirror stuff that I just talked about almost doesn't matter because we don't know what the next month, 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, a year look like because we don't know what the policies are in place. Now, is the administration using
Take my advice. You're going to benefit a lot if you just slowly purchase shares in a broad index. All right? You will benefit. Don't be fearful. Don't bet against America. This horse shit that, we need to have more clarity before no. Just purchase additional shares over time, right? And you're going to be fine. Don't worry.
Don't know which path to take.
Hey, Phil, 30 seconds left. Does Fed Chairman Jay Powell have reason to worry about his job security?
No. We don't think so. Fed independence, in our mind, is absolutely sacrosanct. We think the administration is going to wait until Powell's term ends in May, go in a different direction. But I think what you're doing is the Trump administration sort of playing the refs a little bit, trying to get the Fed to recognize that inflation numbers are down, based upon where the funds rate is, and the Fed does have room to cut, in our view, starting in June.
All right, Phil, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Phil Orlando, Chief Equity Market Strategist and Head of Client Portfolio Management at Federated Hermes, joining us there.
All right, what we're going to do is we're going to go to MSNBC, and they're talking about the reckless and dangerous Hegseth. So it's going to be, very negative, because MSNBC hates Trump. But before we do that, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. We're going into the allergy season. You want to mitigate any irritation that you may be getting through this season. It's very important to mitigate that irritation. Get the elderberry and zinc lozenges. You can get 20. You get 21 in each bag. Get a few bags for your household and for work. You never know when you need them. Take my advice. Mitigate the problem right away so it doesn't fester and turn into something more problematic. Very important. Now, you can also get drops, which are smaller. You get 100 in each bag. You can get it in blueberry, in honey and lemon, and also in cherry. Get a few bags for your household or for work. Use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. That's all caps, discount 5. And if you purchase $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com.
Franklin University makes it possible.
We're Phoenix Energy, a family-owned oil company focused on unleashing American oil from North Dakota and Montana. We've already sold over 2.
This morning, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth reportedly used his personal phone to disclose information about U.S. military operations in Yemen. This is a different group chat situation. This is another Signal group chat where he shared sensitive information to sources with knowledge of the matter. Tell NBC News, 13 people were in the chat, including Hegseth's wife and brother. The sources say Hegseth sent the messages after an aide warned him
to not share sensitive information on Signal. Okay, this comes a month after the editor-in-chief of The Atlantic, Jeffrey Goldberg, revealed the Trump administration accidentally added him to a Signal group chat about Yemen attack plans. National Security Advisor Mike Waltz has taken responsibility for creating that message chain. According to the New York Times, the other group chat was started by Hegseth. The secretary shared essentially the same information in both groups, including the flight schedules for the military jets that targeted the Houthis.
Oh my gosh.
The information was reportedly sent to both chats at roughly the same time. What's going on here? 4 people familiar with the chat tell the New York Times that Hegseth's chat was named Defense Team Huddle, and it did not include any other cabinet level officials. It was initially created as a forum for discussing routine, administrative, or scheduling information. Sources tell the paper Hegseth did not usually discuss sensitive military operations. Hegseth's chat included his wife, who is a former Fox News producer and not a Defense Department employee. His brother and personal lawyer were also in the chat. They both have jobs in the Pentagon, but it's not known why they would need to know anything about attack plans in Yemen. In a statement, the chief Pentagon spokesperson denied any classified information was shared in either of the Signal chats. Let's bring in one of the reporters of that piece, New York Times reporter Greg Jaffe. Also with us, retired U.S. Army Lieutenant General Mark Hertling. His military career spans more than 3 decades of service, including as the commanding general of the U.S. Army Europe and the 7th Army. So we'll get to that in a moment. But first, Mr. Jaffe, more on your reporting. I almost felt like we were reporting on the first Signal scandal. It seems so similar. Tell us more about who he included in this chat and why perhaps this is the same thing happening all over again.
Yeah, so the chat, the chat, as you noted, included his wife, his brother, his personal attorney, and most of his inner circle, which has been in a state of tumult these last couple of weeks. And I think it's worth noting it's a very inexperienced inner circle, and he's a very inexperienced secretary. So it's a group of people who hadn't been used to operating at this level of government. And I think that's the other kind of key point here. He doesn't have a lot of experience as senior officials, and he's surrounded himself with people who also kind of lack experience.
You know, General, I was just a little congressman, one of 435. It's an Armed Services Committee. We would get information, and we understood we didn't tell a soul. We didn't tell a soul. Nobody. Not even staff members. Not family, certainly not family members. I'm just curious, you've operated actually on such a higher level where the lives of our men and women in uniform were at risk if information got out. I mean, even on my small level, this is so hard to comprehend. I wonder how shocking it must be for you who understands this sort of recklessness could lead to lost American lives.
It is pretty shocking, Joe. What I'll say to you, yes, I've been given information from confidential all the way up.
American loss of lives would not have happened, all right? It wasn't compromised. That communication, it wasn't compromised. There's no evidence of that. The issue is that he's sharing information to people that don't need to know. So it's Hegseth on amateur hour. And I'm a supporter of Hegseth as being the defense secretary. I want a more lethal, more unwoke military. But this kind of crap needs to stop. Very amateur, very, very amateur. He should not have done this. And, hopefully he learns his lesson and this doesn't happen again. I don't think it will happen again. But the thing is that he needs to feel a little bit of pressure in the news about this because he screwed up. He should not have done that. Now, is it true that someone warned him? I don't know. Who knows? This is MSNBC and New York Times. They lie. So we don't know for sure. But the thing is that he did it. Was he warned not to do it? I don't know. But the thing is, he did it. Now, if he, with that, he should have been known better. It's amateur hour. He should, and he needs to feel a little bit of heat. But the thing is that I want a lethal military. Get the job done. Now, another problem that I have with the Trump administration and the Defense Department and the Pentagon is why are we backing off on our military operations and threatening Iran? Why? Why are we backing off? Shouldn't we be escalating it? I mean, if they're going to get near breakaway for nuclear weapons, then we lose our strategic advantage. So if they go nuclear underneath Hegseth and under Trump, then they are a complete failure. Complete failure. Now, we're not there yet. But Trump, if Iran goes nuclear, Trump and Hegseth are a complete failure for defending our country. Complete failure. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon.
Top secret code word. And the rules are when individuals are given access to national security information, intelligence, there are two ironclad standards. You protect classified, critical, and sensitive information, and you only share it with those who have a clearance and with a legitimate need to know.
Right.
And you certainly don't share it with your wife, your family members, or those you're trying to impress. Doing anything else betrays trust, and it violates the standards that all military personnel and most government officials learn. When someone with access to sensitive information passes it to a favorite journalist, a friendly voice in the media, a spouse or a family member, someone without clearance, without a key role in the operations, and without a need to know, that's not patriotism, that's performance politics. It's reckless and it's dangerous. It risks operations, it endangers lives, and it weakens U.S. credibility around the world. It also sends the key message that keeping our nation secure is optional, and the people that are doing this truly fully don't understand what our enemies can collect from a resource like a Signals app on a private phone. It's just amazing to me. It's infuriating, and I think most people who have clearances understand the same thing.
Well, and in general here, we're starting with the semantics game again with the initial statements from the DoD that this was not classified information. Have you ever known the scheduling of an operation, when fighter jets are going to be taking off, when they're going to be making their strikes? Have you ever known?
That's not the argument. Was it classified or not classified? Because the defense secretary can classify information or declassify it, so it doesn't matter. What is important is that he does not communicate with people that are not in the circle of need to know. Why is he communicating with people that are out of that circle? He shouldn't. Just common sense. Classified or not classified, especially when an operation is happening. Now, maybe after the operation, then, okay, maybe. But not during. For sure, not during. So, it's probably a combination of amateur hour with Hegseth, but also a lack of regard for secrecy. And that because he's been elevated to a high position in government, that there's a little bit, because he was in the media, because he was working for Fox, there's this element of, I know some information. You want to hear about it? He's willing to spill the beans. There's too much of a knee-jerk reaction to spilling the beans to, for positive news about the operation. He should have been quiet, shut his mouth, kill the enemy, and then say something after the operation. So there's a little bit of immaturity with Hegseth in this regard and a lack of experience. Now, that doesn't mean that he can't learn quickly. I'm sure he will, but he needs to feel a little pressure. I'm for Pete Hegseth, but this bullshit's got to stop. Kill the enemy, kill the enemy, kill the enemy. That's your only job. Kill the enemy.
And in all of your years of not being the most highly classified information that a SecDef would hold.
Yeah, they're playing word games with this, Joe. It may not have a classification stamp on the top that says secret or top secret or classified, but it's critical and sensitive information. And that falls under the category of the Department of Defense regulations too. You don't have to have a stamp on the top of a piece of paper to understand that anything like this could fall into the hands of our enemies or even forces on the ground, and they can put pieces of a puzzle together. That's what intelligence folks do. It's fascinating to me. We have such tremendous people in our intelligence communities and all of the agencies, from the military agencies all the way up to the CIA. And it's fascinating to me that every single one of them would tell you that our enemies can take these pieces of a puzzle, put them together, and determine things like just the way people talk, the way they act. When I was in Europe, or when I was in many jobs, we used to give commanders, one of my intelligence folks would give me a black book before I went to have an engagement with a foreign dignitary or a foreign army. It was collections on those individuals to give me a better advantage. So we can talk about the art of the deal, but when you're talking about the art of engagement, it gives you an advantage when you have intelligence about what people are doing, about their personal habits, about their ego and their hubris. And I got to tell you, the information on these chats that are being shown by Jeff Goldberg and others are just staggering. It's jaw-dropping to me that anybody can say that's not important information that our enemies can gain a lot from.
So to broaden this out a little bit, Jonathan Lemire, I know you're going to go to Greg on his reporting, but to add to this, the Secretary of Defense's wife and brother, I believe there's been reporting that they have been included on some meetings as well. So the question is, what is their role?
Yeah, there's been questions about just the setup at the Pentagon surrounding the Secretary of Defense, who appears to be very isolated in the building. His wife is there, his brother is there, other close confidants nearby at all times. Why there's been eyebrows raised on how his wife has been in sort of very sensitive meetings with foreign governments. We should note, though, the Pentagon put out a statement about this. We haven't heard from the Secretary of Defense himself, except a Twitter reply to the Democrats, like the political organization. He attacked them, simply saying, "Your agenda is illegals, trans, and DEI." That's his comment. He made a political swipe at the Democratic Party as opposed to addressing the matter at hand. That's all we've heard from the Secretary of Defense. So great, terrific reporting. Tell us more also about this moment at the Pentagon where there's been a wave of high-profile resignations, people working with the Secretary. One of whom wrote an op-ed for Politico last night saying that the building is in chaos, suggesting that President Trump push out the Secretary of Defense. We haven't heard anything from the president just yet. But talk to us about this moment there at DOD.
Yeah, it's really unlike anything I've seen in the kind of 20 years that I've been following the building. To have the Secretary's inner circle kind of turn on each other this way, that's really, really unprecedented. And as far as I can tell, it's the infighting is not really over policy or anything like that. It's just kind of, I think, who has the Secretary's ear, how meetings should be run. It's just a really, really chaotic environment. And you get the sense that there's just a lack of process around the Secretary in terms of just how to run the office on a day-to-day basis. Just basic function is not happening.
Yeah, this doesn't happen without a context. You had a purge of the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, any number of other 4-stars. Now you've had this. Mark, I was really curious. Two things come to mind. One is, what is morale like now? You've got obviously civilian primacy, but you have a civilian running the Pentagon.
who's violating rules that if any of the people under his command did, they would be stripped of rank and they'd be out of their jobs or worse. So to what extent does this matter in a sense? Do you actually think readiness is being affected by this? Recruitment's being affected by this? Discipline? What is your sense of, because what's going on is so unprecedented and so wrong. What do you see as the consequences?
Well, a couple of things. First of all, it's certainly going to affect our alliances, because when you see this kind of leakage and just a lack of responsibility and a lack of adherence to standards on what you share or don't share with intelligence, alliances are going to stop sharing things with us. They have already done that. In terms of the morale, I can't comment on that because I'm not in the Pentagon, but I have talked to others in the force who are in the operational army, and they're shaking their head. They're saying, this is ridiculous. Everyone should know this. Why is this individual doing these kind of things? And most, even the younger members of our military, understand the implications of these kind of things being leaked. They are repeatedly told, don't use your personal cell phone when you're in a government building. Don't pass information that could be sensitive on your personal cell phone. The other thing that I'd comment that, the military or the government pays a lot of money for encrypted devices and things that can pass this kind of information, from supernet computers to the kinds of cell phones that are encrypted. And even though, the Signals app is allegedly encrypted, I will tell you for sure, because I've seen it, any government in the world can break into that encryption and find out information from it. So people who think they're smart and say, hey, I'm just going to use Signals and it'll be encrypted and it'll disappear in a week, that's great, but it can still be hacked by government sources. And that.
Well, then why is the government using Signal as an authorized app on their government devices? The mainstream media that's anti-Trump is going to make a lot of hay out of this. But the thing is, Hegseth fucked up, and he needs to apologize to the American public and not do it again. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the olive leaf extract. This is a dual-purpose supplement. It helps bring down inflammation. That's important for your cardiovascular health and for your immune system. And also, olive leaf extract brings down LDL and increases your HDL levels. That's important for your vascular system. So take this dual purpose supplement every day to help with your cardiovascular health and your immune system. Another great supplement that you should be taking from my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, is the probiotics. You can get it in the veggie cap or in the powdered form. I prefer taking the powdered, but you can take the veggie cap if that's easier for you. Take this probiotic every day, and what you're going to notice is that you're going to be able to absorb your nutrients better. You're going to bring down inflammation in your gut, so you're going to improve your immune system at the gut level. You're going to improve the communication between your gut and your liver, and your gut and your brain. You're going to be able to sleep better. You're going to have less irritability, and you're reducing the chances of early onset of dementia when you have a good gut health. So it's really important to view your gut health as a foundation to moving forward and slowing down the aging process and boosting up your immune system. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the probiotics that I have, either in the powdered form or in the veggie cap form. Both are very high quality. Take them every day. Drink it with filtered water. Now, also, people don't know, but when you have a good gut biome, it'll also help with your skin, your nails, and your hair. All right? Bad gut biome, you'll start to notice physical issues that you have with your skin. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, improve that gut biome, and you're going to be also improving your skin. So use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. If you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. And Stack, You help with your gut health by getting the probiotic, and stack it with a multi-purpose supplement like olive leaf extract to help with your immune system and your cardiovascular system. It's a great way to get healthy. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com.
Else buy it, in which case, like if Bing bought it, Microsoft bought it, wouldn't it be the same problem?
You're exactly right, and that's exactly the issue here, is that selling off Chrome as a browser, right, it doesn't necessarily solve the actual anti-competitive harm that's part of this litigation, right? So that's exactly why my colleague Jennifer Rhee and I are thinking that's not going to be a remedy we see here in this case. And I'll give Jennifer Rhee a plug. She's in the courtroom right now. We'll be updating absolutely on this litigation as it rolls out.
Don't you love how Jen and Dustin, like, they're like super excited about antitrust, but like they make me kind of excited about it.
The only people in the world.
That's like a skill set in and of itself.
I mean, so it's tough to go against the U.S. government.
It is.
It's also tough to go against Google. Deep pockets too here. I mean, is there an expectation of how Google's going to work in this new sandbox we have here?
Yeah, well, I'll say, and first of all, I'll say, no matter what happens here, we're looking at years of appeals either way. So keep that in mind too, right? That's also part of the sandbox. Maybe a change of administration down the road too. But there's been so much talk about this administration, whether or not it'll be tough on big tech. I think in a lot of ways they have said they will be, but we're still kind of scratching our heads here. How does that roll out? What does that look like? How do we address the elephant in the room that's AI with regard to regulation too? So, I think still a lot of reading of the tea leaves as to what the sandbox looks like in terms of what Google's playing in.
All right, really looking forward to how this all evolves. I think it's going to be super fascinating. Justin Teresi, Bloomberg Intelligence, antitrust, litigation, and policy analyst. I've heard that Bing is better. Not to like totally bail on Bing, but
really?
I've heard it's better.
I don't know anybody who uses. Matt Miller uses ChatGPT, and when I was down at Duke, I found that all the kids use it for everything.
Instead of Google, right?
I don't know. That's a good word. I can get to that, but they use it for everything.
Interesting. All right,
generational.
Generational, man. For our listeners in the U.S., here's a reminder. You can listen to us via satellite radio on SiriusXM channel 121 across the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on SiriusXM channel 121 is presented by Oracle. Stay tuned for the latest market news and industry research. The next hour of Bloomberg Intelligence starts right now. Happy Monday.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been the U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
The semiconductor business is a really cyclical business.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
These are two big-time blue-chip companies.
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the structural nail silver toothpaste. This will whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, help with your gum line, reduce inflammation at the gum line. And with good oral hygiene, it's going to help with your vascular system and your valves. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get this toothpaste. It has no fluoride. You know why? Because fluoride makes you stupid. So get this toothpaste. Use it every day. Get a few tubes of this for your household. Help support my work and help support your health. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. If you purchase $150 or more on any order, you will get a free gift until supplies last.
Going on Fed independence, the big story this Monday morning with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, not just in the red, but lows of the session on the S&P 500 index. We are down 2.3%, down 120 now, drop there of just about 2.3%. The Dow also down 2.3%, down 894 points on NASDAQ. The composite index down 424, a drop there of 2.6%. Your 10-year, 4.35%, the 2-year, 3.73%. Spot gold up $90 the ounce. We're looking at a record $34.17, up 2.7%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.5%, $63.08 a barrel. Bottom line. line here, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all declining as President Trump continues to verbally attack Jay Powell over monetary policy, raising concern about the central bank's independence. As for the market backdrop, Liz Ann Saunders is Chief Investment Strategist at Charles Schwab.
You know, I'm often asked, what do you think is the biggest risk, or what keeps you up at night, those types of questions. And we've been saying for a while, Kathy and I both have, which is any serious threat to Fed independence, I think would be a serious problem for the market. And we're sort of, staring at that potential right now.
Liz Ann Saunders of Charles Schwab, and a reference there to Kathy Jones. Kathy is Schwab's Chief Fixed Income Strategist. And by the way, you can hear more of that conversation on the Surveillance Podcast. Download it wherever you get your podcasts. Sources tell Bloomberg Air India is looking.
Okay, I want to go to CNN. They just published 14 minutes ago about Pete Hegseth.
There's a new deal at Tim Hortons. Get a $3 breakfast sandwich when you buy any size hot or iced coffee. Freshly cracked eggs paired with 100% premium Arabica.
Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth responded. The embattled Defense Secretary just spoke, seeming to attack some of his closest former advisors and the media after we learned overnight that he shared detailed military plans in a second signal chat. This one included his wife and his brother. Let's get right to CNN's Natasha Bertrand in Washington for the latest on all these very new, very significant developments.
Good morning, John. Yes, we confirmed last night that Secretary Hegseth did have a second signal chat that included his brother, his wife, and his lawyer, in which he disclosed sensitive details about U.S. military operations against the Houthis in Yemen. This was around the same time as that first signal chat that was disclosed last month, when the editor of The Atlantic was accidentally included in a signal chat that Hegseth had with other cabinet officials. This
was it before operations, during operations, or after operations? They weren't clear with that.
Is different. It was on his personal phone, and we are told that this was a group chat that was set up as part of his confirmation process so he could kind of strategize with his closest allies. But he continued using that chat, we are told, after he was confirmed as Secretary of Defense, and ultimately he did end up sharing information about military plans with the people on that chat, many of whom, including his wife, did not have an obvious need to know about these military operations. Now, Hegseth did issue his first public comments about this just a few minutes ago from the White House at the Easter egg roll.
This is what the media does. They take anonymous sources from disgruntled former employees, and then they try to slash and burn people and ruin their reputations. Not going to work with me, because we're changing the Defense Department, putting the Pentagon back in the hands of warfighters, and anonymous smears from disgruntled former employees on old news doesn't matter.
So two things, John. First, neither Parnell, his spokesperson, Sean Parnell, his spokesperson, nor Hegseth there are actually denying the substance of the story, that he did have this signal group chat that included his wife, his brother, and his lawyer. They are instead blaming it on disgruntled former employees, which is the second point here. Dan Caldwell and
was there disgruntled employees? That needs to be confirmed. And was it after, during, or before the actual operations?
Officials that Hegseth fired last week, they actually were some of Hegseth's closest advisors over a decade. And one of the officials that left the Pentagon last week, John Olliott, who was until last month Hegseth's top spokesperson, he is saying publicly in a new op-ed that he wrote in Politico last night that it's been a month of total chaos at the Pentagon. And he said it's hard to see Defense Secretary Hegseth remaining in his role for much longer. John?
Yeah, that statement from the secretary right there, in the immortal words of Ben Bradley and All the President's Men, and a classic non-denial denial right there at the White House. Natasha Bertrand, thank you very much. Okay.
I'm just looking down as he said, returning the Pentagon to warfighters. John Elliott actually said in the past month, what they have been going through is not returning the Pentagon to warfighting, but just it says the Pentagon focus is no longer on warfighting, but on endless drama. That from his former spokesperson. Joining us right now.
So it is disgruntled. It's all about disgruntled. They were talking from disgruntled
individuals. Thank you so much for being here. I mean, I recall you saying after the first signal scandal broke that It should remind everyone that complacency invites catastrophe. And now news of a new Signal group chat and new controversy. What's your reaction to this?
Well, this would be a good news day to accept Hegseth's resignation. I mean, all the news is about this extraordinary pope that we just lost, and so it might be buried. I can't imagine how he survives this. His key staff, as you just reported, has been fired by him. Some of them were on the second call. There are rumors that there may have been as many as 20 calls on unsecured platforms. I mean, that is, I don't know what you call it, tradecraft 00.1. You don't do this. And I can't imagine that Congress will defend him at this point. I wonder if the president will defend him. He's embarrassing the president. So I think there are two questions. One is when he resigns, but the second one is who will accept the job, who is really competent, given this history and given the chaos at the Pentagon. Let's just look at what Marco Rubio said. He just said that this draft executive order taking away half his department, this draft executive order was in the news the last 2 days, is fake news. So what this looks like is cabinet secretaries don't make decisions. They are made somewhere else, Project 2025 or who knows. And I can't imagine that the capable people out there who are Republicans who could run the Pentagon would want the job.
One thing we know, just the latest this morning, is coming from the White House press secretary saying that the president still has full faith in Pete Hegseth. We know with the president that can change quickly, but that is the first response from them on this latest Signal chat. On top of this, you have a top advisor until basically days ago of Pete Hegseth, a former Pentagon press secretary for Hegseth, calling this whole thing a month of chaos. This is this op-ed that Natasha Bertrand was just referencing, in two parts I want to pull out. Number one, saying it's hard to see Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth remaining in his role much longer, to the point that you were making. And also this, even strong backers of the secretary like me, this is from John Uliad, me must admit the last month has been a full-blown meltdown at the Pentagon and is becoming a real problem for the administration. And just from your perspective, what does it do when a secretary's longtime advisor, his deputy chief of staff, the chief of staff to the deputy secretary of defense, they all get pushed out of the Pentagon in the midst of all of this?
Well, I recently chaired the Commission on National Defense Strategy. We said unanimously, 4 Democrats, 4 Republicans, that this is the most dangerous time in terms of national security since 1945. If I were any one of America's enemies looking at our country, I would think, this is my opportunity to do any number of things. Think massive cyber attack in the U.S. I worry a lot that we could have a cyber 9/11 any day. We've already, in the Pentagon.
Now remember, since November of last year, I stated that because Trump is trying to reorganize the national security state and truncate powerful positions, truncate budgets, reorganize it where they're more beholden to the president and not some sort of deep state establishment or administrative state, they're going to be kicking and screaming. And then I was concerned that they were going to blame Hegseth, and I said this months ago, Hegseth, the FBI director, Cash, Tulsi, and the Trump administration on budget cuts and on, quote, incompetence of the leaders of these different departments on a 9/11 event. That I was concerned that a 9/11 event is starting to approach, and that the deep state that's trying to prevent the budget cuts and the truncation of the organization will orchestrate a 9/11 kind of event. So they go to Congress and say, we need more money, and that we lost our eye on the ball because of budget cuts and, firing, important individuals that were institutionalized, all right, that were inculcated within that particular department, especially the CIA, and asked for more power and more money, just like what happened after 9/11. The administrative state, that national security state, they received more power and more money. So there's a higher probability of a 9/11-like event to take place. Now the question is, what would it be? Is it biological? Is it airplanes hitting buildings? Is it some sort of bombing in a inner city, high density area? Is it a multi-pronged attack across the country, like a Tet offensive? Would it be, some sort of grid takedown, some EMP, some sort of cyber warfare? To get the most bang for the buck, it would probably have to deal with people dying, all right, in explosions, compared to cyber, all right? So the probability of a 9/11 event to be taking place and blaming it on the Trump administration and, quote, incompetence and the cutting of budgets, that is approaching a very high probability here, all right? And what did she do? She just signaled it. If you pay attention to the news and you pay attention to these broadcasts that I'm doing that are just unscripted, they're just totally off the cuff, whatever news is flowing at the time, she's saying it to you. Let me just rewind it a little bit. She's hinting on exactly what I am saying about this. I'm concerned that we are going to have another 9/11.
This.
Listen very carefully.
Well, I recently chaired the Commission on National Defense Strategy. We said unanimously, 4 Democrats, 4 Republicans, that this is the most dangerous time in terms of national security since 1945. If I were any one of America's enemies looking at our country, I would think, this is my opportunity to do any number of things. Think massive cyber attack in the U.S. I worry a lot that we could have a cyber 9/11 any day. We've already, in the Pentagon, fired the well-qualified 34-year in the military, 4-star head of the National Security Agency, who also headed U.S. Cyber Command. Just pick that one thing. And most of the qualified women at the top, too, who are doing excellent jobs, including being 4-star members of the military as well. Got to put that in. And so if I'm China, Russia, anywhere, I think I've got open season on the U.S. And look at what Russia's doing in Ukraine. Russia is toying with the United States and obviously toying with Ukraine. And it is an absolute tragedy to see a place which was invaded in violation of international law after Russia promised repeatedly to respect its sovereignty, suffering this way. Ukraine is still fighting back. Europe is going to step up and fight for Ukraine. But now that we have a casual comment from, I think it's our vice president, that we may not continue to pay attention to Ukraine, I think that's hugely damaging and really threatens U.S. national security in another way.
Yeah, the Secretary of State Marco Rubio saying on Friday, if it is not possible to end the war in Ukraine, we need to move on, and then more from there. Jane, it's great to see you. Thank you so much for coming in as always. I really appreciate your time.
All right, let's go back to Bloomberg here.
This is at the end of the day, you're going to see a reconciliation package that increases the deficit significantly because it's much easier to deal with deficit hawks over in the House. President Trump can come down to the House and say, are you going to block my deal? Than it is to actually force Republicans to vote on things like cutting Medicaid, where their constituents are going to feel the impact almost immediately. We think that's going to happen probably around the July-August timeframe because the debt ceiling is included and that X date is right around that.
Who in the White House right now is running policy most closely with President Trump? Do we have an idea?
You know, there's a lot of different ideas on this, and I still go back to the idea that, President Trump runs policy by committee. We've seen this with the tariff debate. You have, Howard Lutnick, our Commerce Secretary, still going out there and actually.
The S&P 500 is trading at 5,154. Remember what I said, that we have a 5,150 support level. If it breaks, then the next support level is 4,810.
See, Bloomberg News just put out a piece about how there's new guidance from this office called the Office of Regulatory Affairs that's going to become much more involved in the rulemaking process. Now, the reason why we care about this in the investor standpoint is that it's not going to really change things, but it could make it more difficult and more cooks in the kitchen, if you will, to actually conduct the regulation.
All right, good stuff, Nathan. Really appreciate Nathan Dean, Bloomberg Intelligence U.S. Senior Policy Analyst, joining us there. All right, coming up, Roz Matheson, Bloomberg News Director for Europe, Middle East, and Africa, will be joining us on the death of Pope Francis. 9 days of mourning coming up now.
Now, supposedly,
To share this with you right now.
Just signed an executive order putting the flags of our country, all of them, all federal flags and state flags, at half-mast in honor of Pope Francis. So he was a good man, worked hard.
No. The flags should be only at half-mast for, some sort of, because of the military, loss of civilians in a mass casualty, or the loss of prominent leaders in our country, president, speaker of the House, a senator, something like that. All right. Not some religious leader, not for the Dalai Lama, not for the Pope, not for some religious rabbi. No. Trump's wrong in that. Totally wrong on this. Totally wrong. All right. Let's, because what it is it's blending church and state. We have separation of church and state in the United States for the ones that are international. That's the reason why I have this viewpoint. We need God, country, and family in the ethos of our society. But you do not lower a flag because of a religious leader's death.
Timothy Cardinal Dolan in New York, reacting to the death of Pope Francis just moments ago.
But we also offer gratitude to God for the gift, the gift that he was. We don't call him Holy Father for nothing. He's the father of our family. And there's a death in the family. And we're sad.
So it was interesting too, because he was on our couch on Friday talking about the Pope. This is leaders from around the world share their sadness over the loss. Meanwhile, as we look at almost every world leader that I could think of has weighed in this morning. And think about J.D. Vance. He was there yesterday, and there you're seeing this video on Sunday, Easter Sunday, and people talked about, well, it was a 5-minute meeting. Then you realize how he could have been suffering at that moment just for because of the problems he's had breathing. And of course, he had passed away early this morning. Now let's bring in White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. Caroline, great to see you. Your thoughts that might have been relayed to you. Do you have any chance to talk to the Vice President about his last meeting with the Pope?
I spoke to the Vice President's team this morning, and they expressed how excited and grateful they were for the opportunity to have met with the Pope just yesterday. And of course, we know the Pope has gone to be with the Lord this morning, and I spoke to the President about that as well, and he has put out a statement to say God bless the Pope and all those who loved him. He touched millions of lives throughout his tenure as the head of the Catholic Church, and so it's a solemn day for Catholics around the world, and we are praying for all of those who loved the Pope and believed in him.
Caroline, absolutely. We were shocked to find out in the morning, and obviously we changed the format significantly for this Titanic news event. But the one
you do not do half staff of the American flag for a religious leader, period. I don't care who it is. It's wrong.
is happening is Easter Monday traditionally is an Easter egg roll at the White House. This is Melania is going to be there. It's always great to see the First Lady. Some members of the cabinet are going to be there. I don't think you're going to need a giant man dressed in a rabbit outfit to direct the president on where to walk. That'll be a little different from past years. But also, I think it's significant. You got to have a corporate feeling to this in a way, correct? Corporations are taking part in this.
Well, that's actually always been the case, Brian. It's just that the legacy media has picked up on it now because it's the Trump White House and they criticize everything we do. This is going to be a traditional Easter egg roll. The First Lady has overseen the careful coordination of this event alongside the United States Secret Service and the National Park Service as well. And the President and First Lady will be welcoming thousands of people to the White House South Lawn today to roll the eggs, but also to partake in many other celebrations and festivities. So it's a joyous day for families who are traveling from all around the country to celebrate Easter Monday with the President and the First Lady. And you'll be hearing from both of them later this afternoon.
All right. I didn't actually take it as a negative. I think when corporations are helping out a children's event, I think it's a positive. But Caroline, let's talk about what's happening with this Kilmar Garcia. He is over in El Salvador, and evidently the senator did every Sunday show, Van Hollen did every Sunday show to make sure everyone knows that he is okay. Watch.
Who did pay for this trip?
This was an officially cleared, congressional trip, cleared
So
on a
taxpayer
bipartisan
dollars.
basis. Yes, like every other trip like the trip.
Taxpayer dollars were paid for this horseshit.
Fuck. The trip that 5 Republican members of the House took, like the day before when they went into CCOT. I can tell you, so that's yes, it was an official trip.
Right. That was an official trip. I don't know if any more will follow. What do you think people should know about the person that Senator Van Hollen visited?
They should know the truth about this man. He is an illegal alien, a foreign terrorist, and a criminal MS-13 gang member who violated our country's laws by coming here in the first place. And shame on Senator Chris Van Hollen and the entire Democrat Party, who wasted Easter Sunday going on every television show in the country to advocate for the return of an illegal criminal gang member. There is a litany of evidence proving this individual's ties to MS-13 that has been confirmed in 2 different courts. There have been multiple law enforcement officers who have affirmed his MS-13 gang affiliation, and this is who the Democrat Party is advocating for. It is ridiculous. The president, this White House, the entire administration will continue to focus on deporting these illegal alien gang members and criminals from our nation's interior and enforcing our country's immigration laws. That's what the president was reelected to do. And I would add that the overwhelming majority of Americans continue to support the deportation of illegal criminals. A recent CBS poll showed that 89% of the American people support deporting illegal criminals from our homeland. So the president will continue to do that while Democrats continue to trip over themselves.
For the ones that are watching the S&P 500 dashboard, the low point of the intraday trading is 5,150. So we're probably going to see it break 5,150. We're, probably very soon here.
While ignoring American citizens whose lives have been forever impacted by the actions and the crimes of these illegal criminals like Patty Morin, who we were so honored to have at the White House to share her daughter's story just last week. Senator Van Hollen has never called her, has never reached out to her family, yet he has spent hours now fawning over this illegal alien who is tied to a vicious gang that has taken the lives of American citizens. It's unbelievable.
I was disappointed that no one even broke out the field interview with the gang unit that interviewed him out when he was arrested originally, was taken into custody. They said he had the tattoos. He's wearing the Chicago Bulls hat. They had an informant who they still trust, said that he even had a ranking within MS-13. They never talked about the trafficking case that for some reason no luggage going from Texas to Maryland. We don't know what he was doing for a living to allow him to sustain living there. Senator Kennedy did come out and say, yeah, this guy looks like a really bad guy, but the administration made a mistake sending him to El Salvador. Do you feel that way?
We did not make a mistake. We have always maintained that this was an individual who needed to be deported from our country. The president swore to the American public he was going to deport illegal criminals, and especially those who have been involved in violent gangs like MS-13 that have terrorized American communities. And so to the Democrat Party, who thinks that they are going to bring this foreign terrorist back to the United States of America to live a peaceful and happy life, that is never going to happen. Not only is this an MS-13 gang member, but he is also an illegal alien who broke our nation's laws to come here. And not only is it a slap in the face to the American citizens whose lives who have been put in danger, or in many cases lost at the hands of these illegal alien criminal gang members, but it's also a slap in the face to the millions of legal immigrants who came to our country the right way, waited their turn, and paid their dues. We have a legal immigration system for a reason. The president is going to continue to uphold that.
It's very hard for me to play devil's advocate with this story because I feel passionate that he does not belong here, but I do try. I want to end with this. Front page of the New York Times, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth back in the news about staffers had to be dismissed and a second signal chat that took place. Where's the president stand on this?
The president stands strongly behind Secretary Hegseth, who is doing a phenomenal job leading the Pentagon. And this is what happens when the entire Pentagon is working against you and working against the monumental change that you are trying to implement. Secretary Hegseth was nominated for this position because he is standing up for the war fighter, the men and women in uniform who are putting their lives on the line to protect our country and our homeland. And unfortunately, there have been people at that building who don't like the change the secretary is trying to bring, so they are leaking and they are lying to the mainstream media. We've seen this game played before. The secretary is doing a tremendous job, and the president stands strongly behind him.
Caroline, I also think it's important to bring up that this chat happened before confirmation. While confirmation was taking place, and also it just is kind of very curious for me. They're not interested in what these people were leaking, which seems serious. They're interested in the Secretary of Defense, who wasn't.
That's right. They are lying about the Secretary of Defense. Let me reiterate, no classified information was shared in these chats. But you do have leakers who are leaking classified information, which is a crime, I will add. And so the administration and the president have taken a very strong stance against anyone who leaks especially sensitive and classified information that can put our troops and our warfighters at risk. And you've seen the secretary has taken very strong action to rein in the leakers at the Pentagon, and he will continue to do so, I'm sure.
Right, absolutely. Thanks so much, Caroline. Great to see you today. And I know how intense everything is, but try to have a good time at the Easter egg roll. I appreciate you joining.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nanosilver gel. This is a multi-purpose product that I have. You can use it as a daily skincare. You can put it on wounds and they'll help to heal the wound. You can use it as an aftershave. After you shave, put it on your face, or if you shave your legs, put it on your legs to soothe the razor burn. And if you're not feeling well, or someone around you at work or at home is not feeling well, put it on your hands, around your mouth, around your nose, around your ears. Lightly coat your nostrils. It'll stay active for 5.5 hours. So please go to my store, get the structural nanosilver gel, use it as a dual purpose product. If you spend $150 or more on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, you get a free gift until supplies last. Make sure you use discount 5 and you get $5 off. Please go to my store, get the structural nanosilver gel. Now, I want to bring up that intraday trading today, we have 5,143 on the S&P 500, if you've noticed. Saying the VIX is trading at 34. So we have elevated VIX index and a sell-off, and we broke the intraday trading for the support level. So the next support level is going to be 4,810. But don't be fearful. Buy into the market slowly. Slowly.
Or capital that they generate internally. They still have a lot of growth opportunities internally. A value company is better served giving that cash back to shareholders because they're in a more mature market and they don't need to invest internally as much. When you separate it from that, then you're not as married to things like, okay, if I'm a value portfolio manager, I need to own a ton of banks, which like, ugh, no thanks. But you know, like if you're a growth manager, you don't necessarily need to think about yourself as having arbitrary, I need things to be growing 20% or I'm not a real growth manager. I don't think you need to be quite as didactic. I think it's more important that you just own good quality.
It's really simple. When you take a look at individual stocks, it's really simple. You take a look at individual stocks, they'll give you a beta, right? In the beta, if it's below 1, means that it performs less than the benchmark, which is usually S&P 500, all right? A beta of over 1, greater than 1, is going to be performing slightly more. Now, when the market goes down, it will sell off more. If the market goes up, it will go up more. That's the whole point of beta. So you can create a portfolio just based on looking at beta. And if you have high beta, then you're going to have high growth. So that's simple. You don't need some clown from where's she? Can Anderson and Rudrick. Who the hell are they? All you need is Yahoo Finance. Shit.
Dependent on these earnings estimates to kind of guide their decision making. And if they don't have that, I really worry it'll lose, they'll have a loss of confidence.
One thing we do have, or did have, is CapEx spend, particularly from the hyperscalers. And I'm wondering if you're expecting any sort of a shift on that at all due to the uncertainty.
Yeah, I mean, I really wouldn't be surprised. I think they have a lot of cover to be able to pull back that spending now. It's like, it's a great excuse for them to be able to.
It's accelerating now. The S&P 500 is down 144 points. We're at 5,137 at this moment.
And I think it would be a positive thing because I think until we have a lot more clarity on how we're going to.
Europe. The UK, I believe, is off today because of Monday being a holiday, bank holiday, I believe. So if that is the case, then the liquidity in the market is less during the opening of the New York session all the way to the close of the London exchange, which is, I think, 12 o'clock New York time. So there's actually less liquidity in the market because of the holiday. So this might actually make sense to actually buy a little bit. You might see a bump up in equities tomorrow when the liquidity is increased from the European session. But just buy slowly. Don't be fearful. All right. While we're waiting on Bloomberg here, let's go to Al Jazeera here. We're talking about the Pope.
Business within the church of the need to address climate change, which is driving so many people from their homes and risking the lives of so many. And he's also pushed very hard for the stopping to the killing that is happening in Gaza, in Ukraine, in Sudan, and in Myanmar. He is very insistent that the killing has to stop. We have to negotiate ways to build peace. He was uncompromising in this, even though he was challenged by some of the political leaders in these countries. And he said, we cannot go anywhere if we do not have peace. And then he called for an economy that gave priority to the person, not just to profit, but also to the individual, to ensure that people, whoever they are, in whichever continent or country they are, they can live a dignified life and have the basic essentials of life. And this, of course, contrasted with some of the economic direction that our governments are pushing.
And Mr. O'Connell, from the outset, he also projected a message of tolerance, especially to those who've been excluded from full participation in the church for some time, hasn't he? But he did that while tried to balance that agenda with the conservatism of the fast-growing Catholics in Africa, in Asia, even Latin America. How do you think he did in walking that line?
When you work on cars as much as I do, you learn what matters most. And for me, that's trust.
But his last trip to Africa, when he went to the Democratic Republic of the Congo and to South Sudan, he was in a wheelchair. Now, in Africa, leaders do not appear on wheelchairs, and people who are on wheelchairs are kind of consigned to their home. And his was a liberating message for many people in this situation. And he was telling the church leaders there and the followers of the Catholics and the other Christians that you have to show solidarity. You have to realize that the other person, whatever the condition of the other person is a child of God and a brother and sister to you. And this message of the fratellanza, they call it in Italian, but it means kind of brotherhood, siblings, all. He was very strong on this. And he was also very strong on some people, like in some African countries, the LGBT people are excluded. And he said, they too are children of God. They are not criminals. And when he went to Asia, I saw how the people in Asia respected him greatly because he respected the followers of all the other different religions. Hindus, Buddhists, traditional religions, Muslims. No pope in history has built a relationship of friendship with the Muslims as Pope Francis has done.
Mr. O'Connell, it's great to get your unique insights on this. Gerard O'Connell joining us live from Rome. Thank you.
Thank you.
China says it will retaliate against any country that makes trade deals with the US which hurt Beijing's interests. The warning from
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the multivitamin. This multivitamin is easy to digest. It has the multivitamins that you need for proper enzymatic activity because multivitamins are cofactors for enzymes. You need them so you have proper cellular function. And you can see on the label here on the screen that it's a good base to start with for a health protocol. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, take this multivitamin, take it every day, and stack it with some of the other supplements that I've been mentioning. A great stack that I'm gonna talk about right now is stack it with vitamin C and magnesium. Vitamin C helps with your skin, it helps with your immune system, and magnesium helps with your brain function. So a great way to help with your skin, your immune system, and your brain function is to take vitamin C plus magnesium every day. And if you stack it with the multivitamin, you are getting a great foundation to build off of. Another supplement to take is resveratrol. Resveratrol is something that I've been taking for decades. Resveratrol helps with youthful gene expression. It helps to get rid of cells that are in senescence. And resveratrol is an antioxidant. It's going to soak up free radicals. By soaking up free radicals, you're reducing the stress in the cell, and you're helping with the health of your mitochondria. And when you have healthy mitochondria, you'll have more energy. This stacks really well with NAD+, ubiquinol, C60, NAC, clarity factor, and you can stack it with a multivitamin, and you can also stack it with vitamin C and magnesium. So this is a great stack here to get healthy. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the vitamin C to help with your skin and help with your brain function and your immune system, the multivitamin to have the proper cofactors for enzymatic activity, and the resveratrol to help with youthful gene expression. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, all caps, discount 5. You get $5 off any order. And if you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last.
That according to a new letter from Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy. And Chipotle Mexican Grill, taking its menu to the country that inspired its cuisine, the burrito chain plans to start opening outposts in Mexico next year in partnership with Alcia, a restaurant operator that also runs brands such as Domino's and Starbucks in Latin America. Chipotle down now by 5.7%. And shares of Yum Brands, parent of Taco Bell, which tried such an adventure a few years ago. But right now, we have got Yum Brands trading lower by 1.8%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, thanks so much, Charlie Pellet. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. Really, Taco Bell?
I'll go the Bell. Big
I
time.
don't know. He had a little like fist
Yeah.
bump when we were talking about
Love
Taco
the
Bell.
Bell.
I have to say, when my house up in Massachusetts is a Taco Bell, there are lines around
Sure.
the corner any day. Even
Yeah.
Easter, there are lines around the corner.
Well, I'm going back down to Durham, North Carolina this weekend, which means I'm going back to
You Cracker Barrel.
Cracker Barrel.
Which you didn't bring leftovers, which was just rude. So maybe next time you will. All right, let's get a check in on the markets. You have the Nasdaq down 3 full percentage points. You got a big earnings week as well. 24% of S&P companies will be reporting first quarter earnings this week. Want to get the latest with Gina Martin Adams, Bloomberg Intelligence chief equity strategist, a very busy one at that. What's going to be a highlight for you this week, Gina?
Earnings for sure. We get, I think, Tesla and Google. I'm sorry, Alphabet. I'm so old school.
We're Google.
Alphabet.
No, we do Google. I can't. It's too hard. Like, whatever.
This week, I think we get a decent amount of industrials earnings, as well as a little bit of the communications segment as well. So we're starting to really roll into earnings season. We had less than 10% of earners reported as of this morning, but we'll get close to 30% by the end of the week. So it'll be all about earnings for us. I think there are some economic data points to watch this week as well, but generally the biggest thing is earnings. And I think the biggest thing inside earnings is sales. This has been the biggest surprise so far, is how many companies are missing top line. In the first quarter was a little bit disturbing. Frankly, 65% of companies that have reported so far have missed the top line estimate. And that's very abnormal.
And that's not
Clearly,
tariff related,
yeah,
or is it?
It's not tariff related, or at least it shouldn't be. I mean, there was certainly some tariff risk that had emerged in February and March, and maybe that was what created a slowdown in spending, made consumers nervous to some degree. But really, we got the big tariff headlines in April, so it could only get worse from here. I think the biggest thing coming into this year was just an excessive amount of overconfidence, though, embedded in market prices, embedded in management commentary. It was managers thought that they could contend with the tariff environment with no risk, and the reality is much different than I think corporates were anticipating, as well as consumers, frankly.
For a lot of investors, I think myself included, I kind of feel like this is all self-inflicted, and and until this tariff situation resolves itself one way or the other, that uncertainty is going to be in the marketplace. Yeah. I mean, you could paint a bleak picture in terms of the timing, the duration of this market condition.
Yeah, and it can last for a long time because, right now we just have a 90-day reprieve, but I think on average it takes something like 45 months to strike a trade deal historically.
Okay.
So you've got a 90-day reprieve on the hundreds of, potential tariff negotiations that have to happen. It seems very unlikely that we can make that much progress in 90 days to soothe the market's concerns and create some certainty. Right now, the buzzword is really uncertainty. And what does uncertainty do? It creates just a pause in activity altogether. And unfortunately, that means companies aren't going to spend. They're not going to plan. They're probably going to cut back, assume the worst, hope for the best, but assume the worst in order to provide consistency to their investor base. And that's not great for profits, in particular in a year in which we were already a little bit irrationally exuberant about the outlook for profits coming into this year.
Well, when you talked about the sales and 65% of companies missing sales for the first quarter, is there an area where that was most prevalent?
Yeah.
Sector-wise?
So it is and it isn't. Keep in mind, we only have less than 10% of companies that have reported. Most of those companies are in financials, industrials, real estate. A couple of consumer companies have come out and guided negatively for sales for the year. So it is concentrated by nature of the reporting season, at least so far.
Okay.
It does not necessarily mean a lot for what's to come. We have to sort of absorb earnings as they come. And certainly tech's experience can be quite a bit different than energy's experience versus financials experience. And that's worth pointing out. That said, when financials are missing on the top line, it could be evidence of a broader consumer slowdown. We certainly have seen that somewhat in the housing market as well as the auto market, a lot of volatility in sales. it could be evidence of a slowdown in business investment broadly as well, emerging as a result of uncertainty with respect to the tariffs. So financials can, in some cases, be a bit of a harbinger for what to expect for the rest of the earnings season. And I'm concerned that that's what's happening with the first quarter numbers.
And I'm looking at the earnings for the S&P 500, still about 8% growth for this year. Now that's down from 13 or 14% where it was, but still 8%.
Yeah.
And 12% for next year. I mean, could earnings growth be flat this year, do you think?
Easily. That is our expectation, is that when we run through the numbers and we say, okay, given that 40% of S&P 500 cost of goods sold comes from outside of the United States, you slap a 20% average tariff rate on that 40%, you're already at 0% earnings growth for the index. So 0% is certainly not in consensus of the analyst community, which is, as you correctly stated, somewhere around 8% for this year. It's definitely also not in the market. And I think that this is important. There is still this divergence between what the analysts are anticipating and what the market is anticipating. And when we run through the numbers of what the market is priced for, even at our lows back in April, in early April with Liberation Day announcements, the market was still priced for something like 15% earnings growth to emerge. It's very difficult to adjust market expectations that rapidly, even after a 20% drop in stocks. We were still sitting at irrationally high expectations for earnings growth, at least what our models would suggest.
Also, just taking into account next year's earnings, as you were saying, like 12%. I mean, how? Like, what? I mean, the uncertainty there, it just seems totally bananas in terms of how you even model that at this point. Before I let you go, industrials, I'm actually much more interested in industrials in terms of their CapEx spend and their sales. Best guess when we get this week.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really tough for industrials to give us a lot of disclosure. I think Delta is a great microcosm, right? Delta came out and they gave us numbers and they said, here's some scenarios for how things might go.
Sure.
That is probably the best case scenario, is you get a bunch of scenarios coming from companies as to, if we fall into recession, here's where things could go. If we get some tariff resolution on the upside, here's where our upside prospects are. Because companies don't have a lot of certainty to contend with. They know what happened in the first quarter. They can give you some evidence of where things were pre-Liberation Day. But going forward, they're very caught. And I think that respectfully results in a lot of uncertainty coming out of the companies themselves. They'll have to scenario plan.
It used to be a lot more fun to talk to.
I know, I'm sorry.
Jeez.
I'm sorry.
I'm serious, you can see.
I know, after 2 years of being incredibly optimistic and seeing some really great upside, it's definitely changed.
All right, let me talk about a stack here that will help with your bone health. All right, it's really important for males and females, especially once you hit age 40, and women that are post-menopausal. Now, taking D3 and K2 together will help you to absorb calcium. So you need to take calcium in either through milk or through a supplement, and take the D3 and the K2 together. It's the MK7 molecule, and do resistance training. But also within your vitamin profile that you take on a daily basis, make sure you take in magnesium. By taking in magnesium, you're going to have a higher efficacy for D3. In addition, magnesium helps with brain health. So there's a dual benefit with magnesium. Now, you can get that magnesium through my vitamin C plus magnesium supplement, my magnesium and zinc supplement, or the Boomer Boost that I had, that magnesium is in there. So there's 3 ways you can get it from my store. Now, taking D3 and K2, do some resistance training. All right? And also do exercises that will add a little bit of vibration into the muscle, and that helps stimulate bone formation, bone matrix. You have 2 types of cells, roughly, that help with bone formation, all right? One type of cell is osteoclasts and osteoblasts. Osteoclasts are cells that eat bone. Osteoblasts deposit bone. When you get older, you'll have more osteoclasts than osteoblasts. When you're younger, you have more osteoblasts, so you're building bone. But when you get older, you have more osteoclasts. So what you want to do is create a signal through supplementation and resistance training and vibration that actually switches to more osteoblasts, okay? So you can do that by taking the D3, the K2, make sure you take magnesium in part of your profile of vitamins, and do this resistance training. So you're lifting weights, all right? But you're also doing a vibration exercise where you're doing calf lifts, and make sure you don't have your shoes on and you want to be on a hard floor. And what you do is you lift up and then down and have your heel hit the ground. And what will happen is you do that 50 times each day, every day, all right? What will happen is that you're building up your calf muscle, which is good, because what that is doing is it's pumping, and that's pumping the blood flow, your venous blood flow back to your heart and strengthening that musculature. But it's also sending a vibration through the bones to deposit more bone matrix. So you're doing the resistance training, and so the body is signaling heavier weights are on the bones and therefore produce more bone matrix. But vibration helps too. And so you want to do these 50 calf lifts a day. Make sure your heel hits the ground and you're feeling that vibration through the leg. Not too hard, just moderate. But that vibration through the leg, all right, into your hip and up your spine. And what that will do is it'll actually strengthen the bone over time by taking the D3, the K2, the calcium, the magnesium, the weight training, and these vibration exercises. And that way you are maintaining and building bone density, all right? And you're reversing that osteoporosis. In addition, when you're doing your weight training, you want to build your back muscles to make sure that you have good posture, and good posture and doing that resistance training is going to help with strengthening your spinal column. So you're going to have your vertebrae is going to be denser, which is really important when you get older. But with a better posture, you're going to have your lymphatic flow better and your blood flow better. Because if you start to hunch over because of poor back posture and a weakening of the spine, musculature and bone density, what's going to happen is you're reducing that blood flow and you're reducing the lymphatic flow. So you want to improve that. All right, so make sure when you're doing your resistance training that you're building back muscles. Really important. It's going to help with your vertebrae for higher bone density, but it's also going to help with your lymphatic flow and your blood flow. Right? It's a holistic approach. So take the D3, take the K2, MK7, make sure you take in calcium and magnesium, and you can do that. You just take a look at the different supplements that I have in my store to do that. And that will help with your bone density. But also D3 and K2 will help to reduce calcium deposit around plaque in your vascular system. And over time, it can pull out some of that calcium deposit. All right? So D3 and K2 also help with your cardiovascular health. And you can boost up that cardiovascular health by also coupling it with nattokinase. Nattokinase will break up clots because it's fibrinolytic, but also nattokinase helps to improve your total cholesterol by helping lower your LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. Less LDL means less oxidized LDL, which means less plaque formation. Really important. So a great way to boost up your bone density and your cardiovascular health is to take the D3, the K2, and the nattokinase. Again, you get higher efficacy with D3 if you take magnesium. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, use discount 5, you get $5 off. You spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. I've just told you how to reverse and how to prevent osteoporosis. And how to reverse and slow down cardiovascular disease.
Our focus should turn to.
Our next, for data, it's next week when we get the PCE inflation number, which is expected to be and will be lower, and we'll see improvement there.
Is next week Jobs Week also?
Next week, I believe, is Jobs Week.
I think it's Jobs Week.
I have to double check because it's based on the number of weeks between the survey. After the survey. But let's see here. We can do that very easily.
Go function on your terminal. Thank
Yes,
you very
everybody
much.
should have one of those. Yeah.
There we go.
The second.
All right, yeah,
so it is,
okay, so
it
that's
is
a big
Friday,
week next
so,
week then.
Yeah. So I guess I'll be back on.
Yeah.
With you guys. But this week we get a lot of Fed comment. Whether it will make a whole lot of difference, I don't. I wouldn't expect, because we heard from Jay Powell last week, and that kind of sums it all up. But then Saturday, the blackout period begins. Their next meeting is May 7th, so we won't hear from anybody at the Fed until then.
So I guess coming out of these meetings with the IMF, is there a statement they can make? Is there anything they can do to move the needle one way or the other? We're ready to negotiate. We're not ready to negotiate.
You don't really get much of a statement out of the IMF. We've already heard from Kristalina Georgieva, the IMF managing director, and she kind of put cotton candy around her criticisms. But we might get a statement from the G20/G7. They usually put out a statement. Now it's going to be hard this time because they're not going to see things the same way as the US. So if we did get something, it might be relatively anodyne and leave out any particular country criticism.
Anodyne. Anodyne. What does that mean? Hold on. Hang tight. Not likely to provoke dissent or offense. Inoffensive and often deliberately so. Thank you so much. I learned so much from Mike McKee.
Today's show has been brought to you by the letters A.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Mike. Thanks a lot, Michael McKee, Bloomberg National Economics and Policy Correspondent. We'll be looking forward to those IMF and World Bank spring meetings as well. What we're not looking forward to is what's happening in the market. If you are long, if you're short, it's a good day for you. The Nasdaq is still up by 3.2%. The S&P, Paul, off almost a full 3 percentage points yet again. So I go away for a week. Apparently there's some calm last week. Did that happen? And then look what happens when I come back.
Yeah, it's just been tough, and we're trading at the day's lows here, so still setting intraday lows.
All right, it's gonna be a little brutal. Volumes though light because we have Easter Monday, so all of Europe was closed as well. That wraps up for me and Paul on this Monday. Balance of Power with Joe Matthews coming up next, right after this global news update. Happy Monday.
All right. CBS should be coming on board here.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Steel.
I'm Peter King. The Trump administration and Pope Francis have had many public disagreements, but the president has ordered all flags on federal buildings to fly at half-staff in his memory.
He was a good man, worked hard. He loved the world, and it's an honor to do that.
Francis is being remembered as a generous man of heart and spirit. CBS News consultant Monsignor Anthony Figueroa.
Even in death, he said, we can continue to love, we can continue to give of ourselves, and that, I really believe, is what Francis wants us to do.
The Vatican announced the Pope's death early this morning, weeks after he was hospitalized for 38 days with double pneumonia, just a day after his last appearance in public at St. Peter's Square. Just last year, CBS News correspondent Nora O'Donnell had a wide-ranging interview with the Pope. He's heard here through an interpreter.
When you look at the world, what gives you hope?
Everything. You see tragedies, but you also see so many beautiful things. You see heroic mothers, heroic men, men who have hopes and dreams, women who look to the future. That gives me a lot of hope.
With the Pope's death comes speculation about who his successor should and will be. A conclave to elect a new pope is probably 3 weeks or so away. Monsignor Kevin Irwin is a New York priest and former dean at Catholic University School of Theology and Religious Studies.
When he was hospitalized, the cardinals began to think, who's going to be next. Before the conclave, there are several days of meetings of the cardinals when they give speeches, and that's kind of the beginning of real discussion about who it should be.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is downplaying reports that he included his wife and brother in a secret chat about U.S. attacks on Yemen using the Signal app. Instead, he blames the media for reporting.
We're changing the Defense Department, putting the Pentagon back in the hands of warfighters, and anonymous smears from disgruntled former employees on old news doesn't matter.
The president says he still stands behind Hegseth. It's Marathon Day in Boston. The men's division has a winner, as seen and heard on ESPN.
John Career is the man who is going to meet the moment in Boston. Champion of the 129th Boston Marathon.
Career is from Kenya, joins his brother Wesley as a Boston Marathon winner. They say investing is a marathon too, but it's become too much for some investors to bear right now. The Dow is down nearly 1,100 points. The NASDAQ has lost 509. This is CBS News.
Let's talk about another stack that's really important, and that is protecting your neurons and also helping with your musculature. All right. As you get older, your neurons start to decline in health. There's ways to reverse that decline. Also, the same thing that happens with your musculature. You start to atrophy. There's ways to prevent that. So let's talk about that. So in terms of your neural health, you can take ubiquinol. Ubiquinol is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10. CoQ10 is an antioxidant, so it's going to soak up free radicals. It's going to help with the health of your mitochondria, so it's going to boost up energy levels, your ATP, and it will help to protect your neurons. Now, your neurons need lots of ATP, and you need to reduce that stress from free radicals. So a great way to help with neural health is to take ubiquinol. Now, if you're age 40 years or older, you should be taking ubiquinol every day, all right? And protect those neurons. But it's also a holistic approach. That means exercise to get that good blood flow going, balancing to activate certain types of neurons. When you're doing weight training, you're activating different type of neurons. When you're stretching, you activate another type of neuron, all right? And then learning new things. Reading and writing, really important, and talking to people in the real world will activate neurons, and you'll get this positive neuroplasticity. But if you just use ChatGPT to think for you, or if you don't read and write, or if you just stay in a hermit life and you're not talking to people in the real world, you are actually causing damage to your neurons. You have less neural connection. All right. You want to increase your neural connections. It receding or connecting. That's what's called neuroplasticity. You can have negative neuroplasticity or positive neuroplasticity. You want positive neuroplasticity. So you need to read, write, learn new things, especially in a subject matter you don't know. Talk to people in the real world. Have mindfulness or some spirituality to calm your body down. And these 4 modalities of exercise: cardio, resistant, balancing, and stretching. Really important, but also proper supplementation. So take the ubiquinol, and that's going to help to protect your neurons and reduce the stress in the cell, soak up those free radicals, and boost up that ATP. Really important. Now let's also talk about NAD+. NAD+ is a supplement that will boost up your NAD+ levels. NAD+ will help with increased energy. Also, NAD+ helps to repair DNA damage. When you get older, guess what? Your DNA gets damaged, and it's harder for your body to repair it. We have mechanisms that repair DNA, but when you get older, it's harder to repair it because you have more DNA damage. Well, you need to take supplements that help your body repair the DNA damage. NAD+ does that. In addition, NAD+ helps to protect your neurons. So you stack it with ubiquinol, and you have a great stack to help with neural health. But it's not just neural health. It's also helping your other cells in your body. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, take the ubiquinol and take the NAD+. Very important, especially if you're 40 years of age or older. And again, it's a holistic approach. Proper diet, proper exercise, filter your water, stay away from processed foods, do the 4 modalities of exercise, learn new things, have some spirituality or some mindfulness in your life, proper sleep. All these compound and are synergistic that allow you for a life with vitality, and it slows down the aging process. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the ubiquinol and the NAD+. Now let's talk about Myotrol. Myotrol is a supplement that you take to help you maintain and build new muscle. When you get older, around age 40, for males and females, especially for females, but even for males, it is harder to gain muscle and to maintain it. You need to take Myotrol to help with the gene expression so you can maintain and build new muscle. So take Myotrol every day. It has flavonoids, lignans, and polyphenols that help with the gene expression. This stacks very well with gladiator barley. All right, and do some resistance training and you'll be gaining muscle. All right, so take ubiquinol every day. It's really important because if you atrophy too much, you're just speeding up the process of aging. But if you have muscle and you're helping, and again, when you build muscle, you're also helping with your bone density because you're doing resistance training. You're just going to have more vitality into your geriatric years. So it's really important. Don't atrophy. Do not atrophy. You do not want to atrophy. So take Myotrol every day. Now, stacking Myotrol with the NAD+ and the ubiquinol, what do you get? You're protecting your neurons, you're helping repair your DNA damage, and you're building muscle. So this is a great stack that's affordable that you can do every day to improve your health. Make sure you drink filtered water. Now, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, all caps, discount the number 5, you get $5 off. If you spend $150 or more on an order, you get a free gift until supplies last. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos.
Help sleepy Joe Biden, later Kamala, get elected. How did that work out? ? Laura Davison has to snap to attention when things like this are posted on Truth Social. As our Bloomberg politics editor here in Washington and with us at the desk now to help make sense of all of this. Mr. Too Late, is that sticking for Jay Powell?
He has continued to use this phrase.
Yeah.
He's been testing out a handful of different nicknames here for Powell, but Powell has clearly been on the president's mind. We got a flurry of Truth Socials late last week after Powell gave that speech saying, hey, tariffs maybe are not going to be so great for the economy. They're not going to be great for inflation.
Yeah.
So we've really seen sort of a perceptible uptick in the president's ire towards the Fed chair just over the past 4 or 5 days here.
So he's basically predicting an economic slowdown because we're not going to get a Fed rate cut likely anytime soon. Everybody goes to work, they see the Dow's down 1,000 points. What's the political implication of that?
Well, it gives Trump a little bit of cover if there is an economic downturn for whatever reason, whether that's related to interest rates or whether that's related to tariffs or uncertainty in the economy generally. He can say, look, he's basically setting Powell up to be the fall guy here. Look, it's not my policies. This is the Federal Reserve chairman, which then, he does have the ability to pick the new chairman in a year.
Yeah.
So there's lots of discussions on, who are these names that are coming up? Could he have someone like a shadow Fed chair? This was an idea that was floated a couple of years ago. Basically have someone sort of pulling the strings, sort of weighing in, giving a separate signal to markets on where monetary policy is going. There's a lot of investors and folks in the White House, too, that think this is a very bad idea, to be clear. But they're looking at everything.
We talked to Scott Besson on this very program at this very table about the idea of a shadow Fed chair. Is that, I know that's being talked about again today. Is that where this is going? We'll just make our own?
It is something that they're discussing. I don't know how likely it is that it actually comes to fruition. I think that you have a lot of people in the White House who say, look, that this is going to be really freak markets out, really freak investors out, and that's not the right direction to go. You also, if you do appoint someone, that person then probably loses a lot of credibility when it comes to actually being the Federal Reserve Chair. So that you may not find a lot of people willing to sort of take that job.
Fair enough. Yeah. Interesting reporting in the Wall Street Journal talking about a day in which the markets were kind of like we're seeing now, falling out of bed. It was the 9th of April, and we were approaching this major announcement on reciprocal tariffs, right? There was a drive to pause the tariffs by Scott Bessent and Howard Lutnick. And they had to wait to find out when Peter Navarro was going to be in a meeting with Kevin Hassett so they could get the boss alone. What does that tell us about where we are in this argument and the consistency within the administration on tariffs?
It really shows that these factions are forming, and that you have sort of the folks who come from Wall Street who are very sensitive to markets and less on the tariff train, essentially, are trying to get the president, get him to make these decisions when other people are physically not there. Those are the same kind of lines that you see being drawn as well over kind of how hard to go on Jay Powell. And so we could see, if this continues, a big splintering in the president's economic team, which would really come at a critical time as they're trying to negotiate all these trade deals. They're trying to get a tax bill done. They have a bunch of things that are happening, and you could see a lot of stuff really start to fall through the cracks.
Well, this market is scary stuff. I'm looking at it as I talk to you here. You've got it down 1,000 points, and realizing most people are looking at other indexes here. There is a household impact, right? That's what's going to be on the front of the Drudge Report if anyone reads it anymore. So at what point does Donald Trump respond again? Remember that morning the bond market was dislocating and we suddenly got a 90-day pause. Do we need more than a 90-day pause?
It's very likely. I mean, he said that he wants to negotiate 60, 70 bespoke trade.
The longer you kick the can down the road, the more the problem festers. Didn't we have this problem with the issue with Israel and Hamas? You kick the can down the road and you just it only gets worse. And it gets more costly. Hopefully Trump doesn't cave in.
That pause, the extension of a pause, if it comes, it will come, on day 89.
Great, which the market loves here, right? The Easter egg roll today. I don't know if you were over there playing games on the White House lawn, but he was out there with the First Lady and the Easter Bunny. Something about that image of him with the Easter Bunny while he's saluting was a little bit odd. He seemed to be having a good time. He was smiling, he was laughing. First Lady seemed happy. This doesn't seem to be, or is it impacting him on a personal level?
It's he had the grandkids there, he had everyone there. It was, but it was an interesting split screen there. You had Trump. He made a handful of remarks. He did briefly mention interest rates in the economy and egg prices before going down the stairs and on the lawn, and was.
He also referred to military enlistment. Why would he want to do that today?
Well, I think his Department of Defense head, Pete Hegseth, is maybe not having one of his best days.
Not at all.
After this new news about the signal chat he had there, where he was not only first signal chat with the Atlantic editor, now there's another signal chat where his wife was in it, as well as some other personal aides, where confidential information, it appears, was shared there.
Capacio's on his way over from the Pentagon. I guess, is he going to make it, James? We think he's going to make it. You never know exactly with Anthony Capaccio, but he's going to be here. He does this for a living, covering this agency. Are we going to be covering the Department of Defense with a new secretary at some point soon? People are asking if he'd ever get the job. Then it was the signal flap to begin with. Now we're doing it all over again. 4 of his lieutenants have been shown the door for leaks. What's next?
Right now, Hegseth seems to be safe. And Tony Capaccio, he's in the building. He'll have the best read on this.
Yeah.
But what we're hearing from the White House side is that Trump doesn't want to start firing people. And particularly Susie Wiles does not want to start having people get fired. That causes divisions. There's a sort of a sense of once Trump gets a little taste of firing someone, he wants to start kicking other people out, causing more chaos. So the idea is to keep the whole team together. Let's power through no matter how bad things get.
Yeah.
If you get rid of Hegseth right now, you might as well flush down the toilet any potential operation against Iran this year. You probably also would have to flush down the toilet the possibility of being able to do a counteroffensive with President Xi with Taiwan. Because look at how long it took for Congress to confirm Hegseth. I mean, plus, you got to get, you got to get acclimated. Once you get confirmed, you have to be acclimated with the systems, and and it's just no way. It's almost like the deep state is trying to chip away at Trump, and unfortunately, sometimes Trump is too stupid, with his management style, and it lets it happen, just like he did with the first fucking administration.
Raising a lot of cybersecurity concerns.
It's his wife, by the way, Jennifer, former Fox News producer, not a Defense Department employee. They are married. She was on this along with a couple of others here. His personal lawyer and another who has a job at the Pentagon. Unclear why they would be privy to this information, though, correct? That's still an open question.
That's still an open question. The White House has said that they're investigating this first signal chat situation. It's possible that they will also announce an investigation into this situation as well. But it is looking like Hegseth is going to be able to keep his job without the cameras.
He has to
say that he and President were on the same page.
You never check someone's appointment, like in Outlook, to see if they were busy in a meeting to do something else at that same time? Did you ever try that?
Absolutely not.
You've never
Don't
done
tell
that
my
before,
bosses
right? I've
that
never heard of anything like that. It seems like Mr. Besson and Lutnick started something new. That's amazing. Laura, thank you as always. Laura Davison, the best of the business on the fastest show in politics. We'll have a lot more with Mr. Kapaz.
Let's go to Al Jazeera and their take on Hegseth.
He's not denying the specifics of the fact that he shared a signal chat with a group of people on which certain defense issues were discussed. However, he's lashed out at those he says have been leaking information, members of the media, basically everybody who disagrees with what he's done. He's been supported by President Trump. He's had words spoken in his defense by the press secretary. This is what the Secretary of Defense has to say.
What a big surprise that a bunch of a few leakers get fired and suddenly a bunch of hit pieces come out from the same media that peddled the Russia hoax. And as they peddle those lies, no one ever calls them on. See, this is what the media does. They take anonymous sources from disgruntled former employees, and then they try to slash and burn people and ruin their reputations. Not going to work with me, because we're changing the Defense Department, putting the Pentagon.
Yes, I love this game. IXL is actually a learning app, but it's so fun. He calls it a game.
I'm crushing.
Yeah, you are.
Just in the last few minutes, Donald Trump has once again said Pete Hegseth is doing a great job. One official, he isn't.
Are there people within the Pentagon and the deep state that want to get rid of Hegseth and stop this restructuring of the Pentagon? Absolutely. But the thing is Hegseth should not give them reason by having a signal chat with his wife. She doesn't need to know. Now, did he do anything illegally? Probably not. But the thing is that it just doesn't look good. And that is amateur hour. And that's what some people in Congress they were worried about with Hegseth. And you know what? It was it was something that he should just not have done. He should have had better common sense, right? Even if it's everything above board. Now, are there disgruntled employees? Absolutely. Are they trying to deep six his career at the Defense Department? Absolutely. But don't give them reason. And so what this does is it hurts the administration. It creates chaos, more chaos. You get normal chaos with Trump, but you don't need additional chaos. Hegseth fucked up. And what he should have said on the lawn, when they were interviewing him during the Easter egg hunt, was something like this. There was nothing that was conveyed that was classified, but going forward, I will make sure that this doesn't happen again. That's what he should have said. He could have added, there's disgruntled employees and blah, blah, blah. But Hegseth added fuel to it because he decided to talk to his wife. I'm not sure if it was before operations, after operations, or during operations. But the thing is, he shouldn't have done it. And here, you step back, and what's the bigger picture here? You have people in power that have intimate knowledge of certain things that are going on in the country, and they become hubris, and they start sharing. They share it with their little circle. And it just so happens that individuals that were close to Hegseth knew about this. And when you get rid of these people, then they're going to lash out. Now, you know, was there any harm done? No. But the thing is it just doesn't look good in just the public sphere. Hegseth made an error of judgment. And there's the problem. Amateur hour. Fucking amateur hour. Are we gonna knock out Iran or not? Doesn't look like we are. Why? Someone talked him out of it. Again. You know? Fucking bullshit with Trump.
That's set to go into effect next month. And Marathon Monday in Boston, John Career of Kenya joins his brother Wesley as a Boston Marathon champion. They are the first brothers or relatives of any kind to win the world's oldest marathon. He mastered the 26.2 miles in an unofficial 2 hours, 4 minutes, 44 seconds, second fastest winning time in race history. Among women, Sharon Lokedi of Kenya has won the marathon in record time. Again, recapping stocks lower, S&P down 2.8%. Back to go to Washington. Once again, your host here is Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Watching Wall Street for us every day here on the fastest show in politics, the great Charlie Pellet, the voice of Wall Street and the New York subway. We need you now, Charlie, and we'll be back shortly to see how things are playing. This has everything to do with Washington today. Boy, it's like last week or the one before it on rerun. Day 90, by the way, if you're playing along in your home game of the second Trump administration, with another 1,000-point drop in the Dow after the president takes to Truth Social to call Jay Powell a loser. Now, if you're trying to clean things up.
All right, so we are trading for the S&P 500 at 5,133. So we broke the support level of the 5,150. If we close below that support level, that is not good news. Now, that doesn't mean that you won't have some sort of maybe 1 or 2 day rally, but it's possible that we retest the 4,810 mark for the S&P 500.
Unless you ask the defense secretary, who denied that reporting a short time ago on the White House lawn as the kids were rolling the Easter eggs. Watch and listen.
This is what the media does. They take anonymous sources from disgruntled former employees, and then they try to slash and burn people and ruin their reputation.
That probably is 100% true. Comma, you shouldn't fucking talk to your wife about fucking operations. Dumbass.
I mean, I suspect he wouldn't have had the horn playing if he was at the Pentagon, right? You get full soundtrack over there. Everybody seemed to be in a great mood at the Easter egg roll. Even Don Jr. was there blowing the golden whistle. First Lady was there holding hands with Donald Trump. Not exactly the forum you would expect to find the defense secretary in today. Here's a quote for you. There are very likely more shoes to drop in short order, with even bigger bombshell stories coming this week. That's what a guy named John Elliott left the Defense Department last week, former Defense Department official. He was responsible for one of the 2 hit pieces, taking an op-ed in Politico there to refer to the Pentagon in disarray. Tony Capaccio makes his living over there at the Pentagon and sees all this stuff up close. Was prolific with us about the first signal chat, and he's back now with another. Here on the other side of the river, Bloomberg Pentagon reporter Tony Capaccio. You got a big following online. People always look forward to you coming over here. Maybe it's because I'm usually calling you about a very large and controversial story.
It's flattering, but it doesn't go in my head.
No, I don't know about that. But you wonder, you start hearing the questions, how long is he going to last? This is like a rerun here, and the White House is digging in. He says basically that it's untrue, it's fake news. The White House says they're going to stand by their man. We just had 4 very important departures at the Pentagon the end of last week. You can't deny that part. This is a big problem.
Right. And not only they happened Friday, so you had 3 people. Mm-hmm. 2 of them were very close to him.
that worked for him at the Concerned Veterans for America. Excuse me. Dan Caldwell not only worked there, I didn't realize this, but he actually helped vet people for Hexeth when Hexeth was confirmed. He was a handholder. It's who selected people who would work for Hexeth. Very close, very close. So Friday he came out with a Twitter feed criticizing the removal.
A joint statement
from the three people. Friday at midday or late afternoon, the New York Times comes out with a story about the second signal channel. And then at 7 p.m., John Elliott's editorial was posted on Politico. It seemed pretty coordinated, like the Revenge of the Jedi, if you're a Star Wars fan.
But these guys were shown the door, presumably for leaking already, right? So they've got more to leak.
That's you saying that, not me.
Okay. Were they not alleged to have been, or is that simply?
No, they're alleged to have been leaking. I'm not going to put two together on these stories, but your viewers are smart.
Yeah, well, you have to be careful who you fire sometimes.
It all comes out. The 7 p.m. Political thing was kind of it showed me it was moderately coordinated.
Dan Caldwell, Darren Selnick, Colin Carroll, and the aforementioned John Elliott. What's he talking about with more bombshells to drop this week?
I kind of know, but I'm not going to say.
Really?
Yeah. I don't think it's this week.
How long does this barrage continue then?
So I think here's a couple things. He's at the Easter egg roll today.
Yeah.
I think a lot of Washington is going to be wondering what rolls next. Okay. From the shoulder up. In 2 weeks, he'll be before the Senate Armed Services Committee on a military posture hearing. This may be his make or break moment because he's going to get shot at from various venues. And the president's chief of staff, Susan Wiles.
Susan Wiles.
Yeah. Susan Wiles. And she's going to be watching that closely because she's done kind of a key, from what I understand, to his survival. If she thinks he's a liability, he could go. One thing I want to make the point though, too, it's a good thing the United States doesn't have a national security crisis at the moment. Panama and the canal issue is not a military crisis. Going after the Houthis is not a military crisis. It's a good thing there's not a major crisis where U.S. troops are heavily involved.
Hexeth, before we heard the remarks we just heard on the lawn, took to Twitter. This was on Easter night, 10:45 p.m. This is Easter. Your agenda is illegals, trans, and DEI, all of which are no longer allowed at DOD.
My take on this is that someone in the Pentagon is trying to, I don't know why, prevent Trump from hitting Iran. Now, why? Now, I could be wrong on this, but it just seems as though you muddy the water, have everybody pay attention to a nothing burger, but it prevents people from actually executing strike packages against Iran. That's what it seems to me.
That's that were shared with the Atlantic. Flight schedules for the F-18 Hornets targeting the Houthis in Yemen. That's not fireable.
It's not fireable if you're this administration, but that's a key piece of information. If you're a more sophisticated adversary than the Houthis, who could have intercepted that and cued their air defenses to shoot down those non-stealthy F-18s.
4 guys are shown the door like this, several of them at least close to Pete Hegseth until now. What does that do for morale inside the Pentagon?
My understanding that the words I'm hearing, this is a clown show.
Clown show.
Yeah, this is one exact quote. From a business standpoint, from a Bloomberg audience standpoint, Colin Carroll's demise is particularly interesting because he was Stephen Feinberg's chief of staff, his handholder, his scheduler, his funnel for information about a building he knows nothing about. But my understanding is that Mr. Feinberg is being fire hosed with information, and so he's absorbing and learning. But he's going to be out there on his own. From the Bloomberg audience standpoint, this is the key kind of an appointment they should be watching in terms of who the next chief of staff is, because Mr. Feinberg's policies could have major impact on companies.
On procurement.
On procurement, acquisition, the lash up with Silicon Valley. This is a kind of a key constituency for a Bloomberg audience and the defense industrial base in general.
Fascinating. Are we on the verge of an announcement? And I'm not trying to change the subject here, but I wonder if this could actually turn our focus at the Pentagon, the announcement of the next generation Navy fighter jet.
No, I don't see it as a correlation. My understanding, I was following this pretty closely until about a week ago. It's held up at the Pentagon level in terms of funding issues.
Okay.
How do you pay for the 26th to the 30 budget? I don't think there's a connection
What
between.
could be imminent is the first $1 trillion defense budget by the time they're done with this reconciliation. Do you see it happening?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't go too far overboard. It's because Secretary Austin, on his way out, in the story we broke, suggested about $1 trillion for FY26 and a hitting trillion by 27.
Well, that's a far cry from Doge, knocking the stuffing out of the Pentagon. I thought defense stocks were falling out of bed a couple of weeks ago because Elon Musk was going to eliminate all these programs. You're suggesting it'd be bigger than ever.
It was Austin's idea, and the Trumpies are following it.
Okay, well, we'll see, I guess, what Pete Hegseth has to say about that. The testimony that you mentioned is important. It's 2 weeks away.
Roughly 2 weeks away.
You're either going to see some real bad stories between now and then, or something actually move, something change in the leadership of the Pentagon, no?
My sense is you'll see more bad stories, but this is going to be a theater. Chairman Wicker is probably going to have to show some tough love and lay into him. Yeah. There's going to be all eyes on how Hegseth performs, how defensive he gets, how offensive he gets, how linear are his explanations. He's going to take a lot of slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. Is that what they say?
Well, yeah, if you're getting poetic on us now. You wonder where Donald Trump is with all of this. They tend to have Caroline Levin, press secretary, somebody go out and say something nice. He did speak today about enlistment being at a record high level, standing there literally with the Easter Bunny up on the balcony talking about this. He didn't mention Pete Hegseth, but it's
the numbers have gone up.
Not a question as to why.
The numbers have gone up. It's pretty impressive, but they have gone up.
Mm-hmm. And
whether the retention, though, whether they actually, you want to watch those numbers, the retention numbers, and how many people leave the service.
Now, my brother served in the Army, all right, back during the Clinton administration. And he was telling me back then that there was a kind of this wokeism that was coming into the military, and people were getting out, right? And there was this demonization of white recruits or white personnel, all right? So there was kind of like an affirmative action. It was before DEI was even in our vernacular, but it was more of an affirmative action kind of fail forward kind of policy for advancement, all right? And so people were leaving. Then you go in a little bit later in the timeline here, and then you start having female recruits, and and then the supercharging of DEI and all this, all right? So back then there were many people that there was a surge of individuals going into the military right when that the Gulf War, Desert Storm, Desert Shield, right? But then once that died down, then there was kind of like there was a decline in individuals signing up for the military, or even doing a re-enlistment. So that was kind of like it was just starting. It was just starting this, what we would call DEI or woke. It was just at the fringe, all right? Then fast forward after 9/11, even after 9/11, right? Exactly after 9/11, there was huge enlistment, all right? Lots of people enlisted after 9/11. And, but we had a war in the Middle East for a long time, almost 20 years. And unfortunately, we didn't win it. We lost. we lost Afghanistan. We lost Iraq. So the point here is just that you have now an administration, the Trump administration, with a different mindset for the Pentagon that is saying that they're going to push back on this wokeism that was just starting in the 90s. All right? And people are going, okay, I want to be a part of something bigger. I want to be a part of serving the country. They're upping the amount of money, for each enlistment and, re-enlistment bonuses going up. So people are gravitating serving their country, which they should do. I think everybody should serve their country if they have the wherewithal. But so it's really a change of mindset where you have individuals saying, oh, it's actually going to be based on merit. And therefore, they'll gravitate towards this serving their country. But when you have a mindset of it's about DEI, it's about woke, it's about, something other than the country, and you have idiotic generals getting lots of medals and not winning wars, guess what? You got a problem, and people leave. So I think that Hegseth, even though it's amateur hour with him, with certain things, I think his strategy on pushing woke out of the military and making the military more lethal is the right idea. And it's about merit. And so recruitment is going to continue to be high, independent of this signal issue with his wife. All right. I think the recruitment's not just high because of Hegseth, but it's really because of Trump. It's more so probably with Trump, but there's probably a little bit of that composition, a little bit of weight related to Hegseth and his strategy to get woke out of the military. But this thing has been a long arc. It's going all the way back to the 90s. And they've just been chipping away at it. They're just and typical white dudes that are serving their country didn't want to do it anymore because they were tired of being demonized. Now, I know this for a fact because that's what my brother saw in the Army. All right. Let's go to, let's see here. Oh, Bloomberg is on break. Let's go to MSNBC. Morning, Joe. Let's see. He's talking to a retired Army general. Wonder what war he won.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth reportedly used his personal phone to disclose information about U.S. military operations in Yemen in another Signal group chat. Two sources with knowledge of the matter tell NBC News 13 people were in the chat, including Hegseth's wife and brother. This comes about a month after the scandal involving editor-in-chief of The Atlantic, when he revealed that the Trump administration accidentally added him
I'm
to
just
a
curious.
Signal group
I'm
chat.
just curious I'm just curious if Mika, when her father came home after a long day, and as they're eating their spaghetti for the night meal for the family, that her father didn't say anything about the Mujahideen and what he was orchestrating in Afghanistan.
Out Yemen attack plans. National Security Advisor Mike Waltz took responsibility for creating that message chain. It was Hegseth who revealed the attack plans in that initial scandal. But the New York Times report Hegseth started this other chat and essentially shared the same information in both groups, including the flight schedules for the military jets that targeted the Houthis. Moments ago, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said that President Trump stands strongly behind Hegseth, adding that this is what happens when the entire Pentagon is working against him and the monumental change Hegseth is trying to implement. Joining us now, retired four-star Army General Barry McCaffrey. He's in NBC News and MSNBC.
Four-star general. Four-star general. How many wars did you win, four-star general?
Military analyst. And Joe, I'll let you take it to McCaffrey. I will say that it seems that the White House is still trying to lay blame on someone else on something that a person in the administration very clearly did.
Well, yeah, and of course, the Pentagon is interested, and people who've dedicated their entire adult lives to working in the military are interested first and foremost, not on people that go in and out of there as secretaries of defense, but on protecting and defending this nation. They took an oath to uphold, to do everything they could to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States. General, thank you so much for being with us. We have once again another commercial app use for that, where the SecDef, first of all, announces the beginning of operations. Secondly, announces when F-18s are being launched to go into hostile territory, and other details. And he does it with civilians in the chat and others that are absolutely not on the need-to-know list for these military operations. I'm curious, building on all of your years of experiences of taking troops, young men and women, Americans, into combat, tell me your thoughts on, once again, us finding out that a commercial app is being used to transmit the most sensitive information that we have about warfare.
Yeah, well, first of all, it's not just an unauthorized signal chat, commercially encrypted device. It was also on his personal phone. And he should assume he has been told, all of the cabinet officers, when they come in office, from the time the president won the election, would have been targeted by Chinese, Russians, North Koreans, Iranians. He should assume that they're capable of breaking that. And what he was divulging was pending military operations. So we got Navy carrier pilots launching into combat operations where the Houthis do have surface-to-air missiles, where the carrier itself is vulnerable during that launch sequence, and he's putting it all at risk. My own take on it, I think he was just, in a sort of a juvenile way, boasting, look at the cool secrets I've got.
Right.
And I think you're going to find out that he's been using this all along as a way to evade the official Documents Act, where you have to preserve communication. So it's hard to understand what the arrogance, the vulnerability that he projected.
Yeah, it is hard to understand. It's even for civilians such as myself, why he would do this. And General, I just want you to underline, because even as a member of the House Armed Services Committee, we would get sensitive information, and the thought that we would share it with civilians or share it with people outside of that committee.
I'll tell you, Hegseth had a hubris about him that he should have known better. Now, do I think that he should be losing his position because of it? No. But he needs to apologize to the American public for a lapse of judgment, and then it won't happen again. Give him the benefit of the doubt.
Bad guys out of the country here. Are you serious? You want to bring this guy back for due process? Tom Homan was asked about this. The president's border czar was also out on Sunday morning television. Here's Tom Homan on CNN.
I stand by the fact I think we did the right thing here. We removed a public safety threat, a national security threat, a violent gang member for the United States. ICE intelligence says he's an MS-13 gang member. A crime confidential informant says he's an MS-13 gang member. The country of El Salvador says he's an MS-13 gang member. I think he's exactly where he should be.
Okay. Get ready for the parade of lawmakers, Democrats specifically, in San Salvador, now that Van Hollen has done so. Now, by the way, they're not all going to get full Ginsburgs. 4 House Democrats are on their way. Robert Garcia, California, Maxwell Frost, Florida, Maxine Dexter, Oregon, Yasmin Ansari, Arizona. Meeting with officials at the embassy in El Salvador, receiving classified briefings, we read. There was a request to make these official delegations, and apparently that request was denied. Let's assemble our panel. They're back with us on a Monday. Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis, Bloomberg Politics contributors. He is our Republican strategist and partner at Stone Court Capital. Jeannie is our Democratic analyst and political science professor at Iona University. Jeannie, I don't know your thoughts on Chris Van Hollen, the administration.
Stone Court Capital. He's on Bloomberg, not managing your portfolio, while the market is trading at 5,143, below the support level for the S&P 500. But he's got time to be talking on Bloomberg.
I think that Gavin Newsom is on to something, as is Richie Torres, that the Democrats have to be a little cautious here, and they can't get sidetracked. The reality is just what you talked about, Joe. This is not about Abrego Garcia. This is about due process and following the rules and the orders of the Supreme Court and the federal courts in the country and the law. Plain and simple. Beyond that, the real story of the day and the year for Democrats has got to be the chaos in our financial system and the impact it is having on their constituents at home where they live. So, but that doesn't mean you can't do both. So, I don't know if everybody needs to go down there. There's a little bit of a cattle mentality. It is fine to go down there, but the reality is follow the law, Mr. President and administration. And please, please fix the financial chaos in the markets and don't contribute to it, even though you set it off. Pull it back.
Does Chris Van Hollen
just Jeannie, is she promoting the status quo for globalization and just shipping all of our manufacturing jobs overseas and destroying our economic clustering? And so we don't have any shipyards to build ships, either for civilian use or for the military? Is that what she's saying?
John McCain showed up in a bunch of really threatening places, demanded to see political prisoners, put away, talked about democracy. I mean, he had a different reason for doing what he was doing, but Chris Van Hollen showed that one person getting on a plane and showing up can create a controversy, and I think that's all he was trying to do, is keep that issue alive, make the point.
I have a hard time believing that McCain, who I didn't like, who never saw a war he didn't want to fund, all right? But I have a hard time believing that McCain would go travel and try to rescue an MS-13 illegal immigrant. I just don't see that ever happening.
Conversation around the implementation of these emergency powers that Donald Trump has done as to whether or not they're appropriate in the world we live in today. And to be able to say I can deport anybody I want to, regardless of whether they've been convicted of a crime or given due process, is just not, what we think of as being lawful in a community of people. And that's what Chris Van Hollen plugged into today, this weekend.
Jeannie, you mentioned the two causes here, this being one and the economy essentially being the other, the economic policies or lack thereof, depending on who you speak with coming out of this White House, the reason why the market is down sharply again today. Enter Hakeem Jeffries' Cost of Living Week of Action. He also was on Sunday morning TV talking about this, Jeannie. A cost of living week of action. We have to continue to talk to the American people about our plans. Who's listening?
Well, Americans are, and he's absolutely right. I have to admit, Joe, I am not a huge fan of these week designations because it always brings me back to our infrastructure weeks, and, it just has a bad feel. But he's absolutely right. That is what the Democrats and Republicans, by the way, this is not party-oriented, need to focus on, which is what Americans are experiencing right now. And the real message from Democrats has got to be all of the chaos and all of the craziness and all of the messiness that, by the way, got Abrego Garcia down there and has gotten us into this mess with the economy is because we have a president who is completely undisciplined. So while Americans may have voted for him and appreciate what he said he was going to do, what he has done in just 90 days is create chaos in almost every major department of our government and every single issue.
It's only been 90 days. I swear it feels like 1 year covering this stuff.
need to focus on. So Hakeem Jeffrey's instinct here is right. Democrats need to show the American public that they hear them when they say this kind of what some people are calling a clown show cannot continue as it pertains to the financial way in which the president seems to be running the government. And the latest we hear, of course, are absolutely insane things like one person is out of the office, another person comes in, talks to him, and he signs a 90-day reprieve on tariffs. That is no way to implement serious policy.
The president was talking earlier at the White House Easter egg roll, Rick Davis, about military enlistment going through the roof. He was, I guess, making some reference to the Pentagon on a day when Pete Hegseth is under attack. And he talked about the economy doing so well under his watch. You've got the Dow Industrial Average down 1,000 points, which is something that people actually talk about when they go to work here. This is going to be the conversation right now at lunches all around the country, whether people can afford to go out or they're eating at their desks or whatever it is. This is the backdrop to everything else that we're talking about here. I'm looking at you here on YouTube with a big red headline across the bottom of the page here. S&P 500 slumps as Trump reiterates call for lower interest rates. The corrosive effect here of what's happening in the stock market is hard to overstate, and it makes us question everything else that we're looking at. What does Donald Trump think about this as he's sitting in the Oval right now?
Look, I mean, he's got a financial plan that even by his own description was going to cause some pain. I think that he probably hadn't anticipated as much pain being inflicted on people who own stocks and bonds in this country is that what's happened. The reality is he really owes it to the American public to use that bully pulpit to go on TV and explain how all these things that he's doing in the financial sector is going to somehow benefit them in the short, medium, and long run. We've seen the collapse of consumer confidence since he was elected president, collapse of the stock market, collapse of the bond market. I mean, how many presidents have ever been able to withstand this, incredibly fast change toward the negative on people's, 401ks and other things without addressing that to the American public? And there is a growing chorus that this is all self-inflicted, that we had a roaring economy coming into Donald Trump. Everyone thought that would just be put on steroids. And in fact, we've had exactly the opposite. So I think the guy's got to go have a conversation with the American public. No more rallies. Sit behind that desk and have a conversation as to how these tariff regimes and how his threats to remove Jay Powell are somehow good for our economy.
Boy, imagine an Oval Office, a primetime Oval Office address from the president on script. It actually would be quite a moment for him as he calls the Fed chair a major loser. If you're wondering why the markets are tumbling today and what we're talking about, this post on Truth Social by Donald Trump, there can be a slowing, he says, of the economy, essentially predicting an economic slowdown unless Mr. Too Late, a major loser, lowers interest rates now. The President of the United States on this Easter Monday, 2025. Much more to follow with our great panel. They're both with us today. Rick Davis and G.D. Shanzana will be back in out.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Boomer Boost. Boomer Boost has 68 nutrients, has a nutrient profile shown on the screen here. You can take a look at the label on my website also. This is a great way to get healthy. It also has magnesium, so that's going to help with the efficacy of D3. But Boomer Boost targets multiple systems. It targets your brain function, it targets your heart, it targets your vascular system. It helps with your musculature and your strength. It boosts up energy levels and revs up your metabolism. You will lose weight by taking this. You will see the benefits of taking this within 72 hours. You take a full scooper, you mix it with soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie, or with milk. Take it every day. Take it either for your breakfast or lunch, not both. If you work out, you can take it for your pre-fueling or post-fueling workout fuel source. And Boomer Boost is something that you'll notice that you'll have more vitality and more energy, a steady burn of energy. You're going to sleep better. You're going to have less brain fog. You will notice that over time that you're just overall healthier. And like I said, you start feeling the effects of this within 72 hours. And it just gets better over time. Now, you want to couple it with a holistic approach, proper diet, proper exercise, the 4 modalities, like I said before: resistance training, cardio, stretching, balancing, really important. Filter your water, make sure you stay away from processed foods, get a good night's sleep, also learn new things, get that neuroplasticity going. And when you're doing these things on a regular basis, holistically, and taking the Boomer Boost, you're going to get healthy. And you're going to want to improve your health. You're going to be adding more stuff to your stack, C60, Max 35, the turmeric, the ashwagandha, the lignans, and you'll be moving in the right direction on slowing down the aging process and having more vitality. Now, you will save money by taking Boomer Boost and taking this for your breakfast or for your lunch when you compare it to how much you're spending for breakfast or lunch monthly. This is a month's supply. So take a full scoop each day and get healthy quickly, all right? But it's a healthy loss of weight. When people lose weight too quickly, it's yo-yo diet, and it may actually affect your skin. You may lose too much layers of fat within your skin, and you have that Ozempic look if you lose weight too quickly. You don't want to lose weight too quickly. But a healthy weight loss, and with proper diet and exercise, you're going to get healthy the right way. All right. If someone says, "Oh, I need to, drop lots of weight really quick," you're doing it wrong. All right. You don't want to do that. You want to slow weight loss, change lifestyle, and maintain that for the rest of your life. But the thing is it's really important. If you're doing it for weight loss, it's important that you maintain it for at least 7 years. Because what happens is that a lot of people don't know this. When you lose weight, you don't lose fat cells. You lose triglycerides. You lose what the fat cells are storing. All right. So the size of your lipid tissue has diminished, but the actual cells, the actual lipid cells, the adipose tissue. All right. Your adipose tissue is going to shrink, and that adipose cell is going to stay there. And the reason why is that when you, let's say during hunting and gathering, all right, you may have feast or famine. So over time, you built up this adipose tissue, these adipose cells. So when individuals were thin and it was lean, in the lean season, the moment that you went out and hunted, you were able to build up and store energy into those adipose tissues, right? And you'd be able to store fat because those adipose cells were there. Let's say you went into a lean season, well, you would start to lose weight. You're burning off those triglycerides, all right? You're burning that fat, but the cell's still there to be able to build for the next season. This is what happens with bears when they go into, they're building weight to go into hibernation, right? So that's a mechanism of survival for hunting and gathering. Plus the hunting and gathering societies, they walked a lot, 10 miles a day. The average person doesn't walk 10 miles a day, all right? So the point I'm making is that if you do rapid weight loss, you're getting rid of triglycerides, but you're not getting rid of adipose tissue. You're not getting rid of adipose cells. It takes 5 to 7 years for those adipose cells to die off. And therefore, once you get past, let's say you wanted to lose 20 pounds. Yeah, you can lose 20 pounds quickly, but you'll rapidly gain weight if you do it wrong. Now, if you change your lifestyle, then you can lose weight slowly. You're changing your lifestyle. You're maintaining a healthy weight. Let's say you lost that 20 pounds and you're maintaining that weight loss, but you still have for the next 5 to 7 years this adipose cell. So if you think, oh, I can just give up on my, my lifestyle now and just eat whatever you want, voila, you gain weight again because the adipose cell is still there. So you have to maintain this healthy lifestyle for 5 to 7 years. And what happens is that the body is training that there no longer are these episodic periods of needing to store. And so the body says, I don't need that adipose cell. And so it gets rid of them. But it takes 5 to 7 years, roughly, okay? So when you maintain a healthy lifestyle for 5 to 7 years, now those adipose cells have shrunk. Those cells that are holding the lipids, holding the triglycerides, are diminished, right? And now it's not as easy for you to gain weight because the adipose cells are gone. But it takes 5 to 7 years of changed behavior. Now, if you take supplements that rev your body up with energy, you're more likely to maintain an active lifestyle and break that crave for other foods. And when you do that over a 5 to 7 year period, you are going to maintain a healthy body weight and not be on the yo-yo diet. All right. But you got to do this for 5 to 7 years to do it. All right. Now, there is, if someone says that, oh, you can lose weight really quick. No, you can't. No, you can't. No, you can't. You're going to end up being in a yo-yo diet or it's unhealthy. So, but either way, the point I'm making here is that by taking Boomer Boost, you're getting healthy the right way. And you're targeting these systems, your cardiovascular system, your brain function, your musculature, and you just have a holistic approach. And when you do that, you get healthy, all right? So take the Boomer Boost, follow my advice. And if you're an athlete, again, take the Boomer Boost and you can use it as a fuel source for your workout, pre or post workout, all right? Now the Gladiator barley is a high density barley, high density protein, and the same thing with the heirloom barley. Now what's the differences between the two? You can take them separately or you combine them with the Boomer Boost. It's best to combine it with the Boomer Boost. I'll tell you why. But heirloom barley helps to detoxify your body, soak up those free radicals with superoxide dismutase, and bring down inflammation. That's good for your cardiovascular health and also for your immune system. And by the way, if you work out, it's going to reduce the recovery time. And if you're not feeling well, by reducing inflammation, you actually recover quicker. So taking heirloom barley is a great way to get healthy. You can take a full scoop or a half a scoop each day with soft foods, filtered water, milk, a smoothie, however you want to take it. All right. Now, if you take the Gladiator barley, you get all the benefits that you have with the heirloom barley, which is the detoxification, bringing down inflammation, and soaking up free radicals with superoxide dismutase. But Gladiator barley also helps with musculature, with strength. This works really well if you want to build muscle. Again, a big scooper, take a half a scoop or a full scoop each day. This is a month's supply. And you will start to build up muscle, but you're also detoxifying your body and you're getting healthy. You're bringing down inflammation and you're soaking up free radicals. This is a great way to build muscle. It stacks well with Myotrol. Remember what Myotrol does. Myotrol helps with the gene expression to build muscle and maintain muscle. Gladiator barley is the high density protein that you need to build muscle. Now, you can take this separately to get healthy, or you can stack it with the Boomer Boost. It works the best when you stack it. You get all the nutrients you need. You get the high energy levels. It's focusing on your cardiovascular, your musculature, right? Your brain function. You're revving up your metabolism. But now you're also getting the high density protein. You take it once a day, breakfast or lunch. You're losing weight and you're controlling your blood glucose levels. And you're gaining muscle. And you're speeding up the burn rate of the triglycerides. And when you do that, you're going to get healthy. You're going to stay healthy. Now, but again, it's a holistic approach. Holistic approach. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off. If you want to save money and you want to do a stack between Boomer Boost or Gladiator or Boomer Boost and Heirloom Barley, use the Longevity Boost Box. It's at a discount, and you can get your choice of Gladiator Barley or Heirloom Barley, and you get the Boomer Boost. Use discount 5, and you get $5 off on top of that discount. If you spend $150 or more on my store, you get a free gift until supplies last. So please take my advice. Get the Boomer Boost, get the Gladiator Barley. You can take them separately, but it works better if you stack them, either the Boomer Boost with the Gladiator Barley or the Boomer Boost and the Heirloom Barley. Now, you can take the barley separately, right, and not take the Boomer Boost, but like I said, when you stack them, you get the max benefit. So that's my overall transmission for today. I've been going with this transmission for over 4 hours. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Stack these supplements the way I tell you to, and you're going to slow down the aging process. You're going to boost up your immune system, and you're going to improve your other bodily systems, like your endocrine system, like your brain function, your neurological system. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Thank you for listening. Have a nice day.